Chapter 653. Oh no! We've been discovered. The two stalkers noticed that Gu Fei had turned around and glanced at them. They immediately strode towards them. Halfway there, they even pulled out their Dark Knight Streamlight swords. The two turned around and wanted to leave, but they were no match for Gu Fei's speed. He teleported in front of them and blocked their way. Who are you? The two did not answer. It was as if they did not see Gu Fei. They lowered their heads and wanted to take a detour. Gu Fei had been in the game for a long time. He had been peeped on, ambushed, cursed at, slashed, and dodged. However, he had never been ignored. Gu Fei didn't know if these two brats were pretending to be stupid. He felt that he had to teach them a lesson, so he swung his sword. He did not use any spells. Gu Fei was afraid that it would be too bold and cut them to death. However, just as the swords were about to reach their bodies, a system notification rang out. The two fellows turned their heads and smiled at Gu Fei. Without stopping, they left in a carefree manner. What's going on? 100 Era's Jingren was surprised. He did not think that two normal people would get lost under Gu Fei's sword. He was about to chase after them when Gu Fei smiled bitterly. Don't chase after them. They're not even level 10. Players who were not level 10 were protected by the PK system. No one could touch players below level 10. What Gu Fei had just received wasn't a notification from the system, but a warning. The system sternly informed him that attacking newbie players below level 10 was a shameful act. If he continued to do so, it wouldn't matter if he didn't kill them or not. His PK points would be calculated. They're not even level 10. 100 Era's strategist was also someone who had experienced fighting and killing, so he knew the most basic PK rule. The two players were not even level 10 yet, which meant that they were at the peak of the legendary realm. If he's strong, let him be strong. If he's strong, let him be strong. If he's strong, let him be strong. Gu Fei and 100 Era's Jingren helplessly watched the two leave. At this time, they received a message from Deepwater. I sent you a teleportation scroll. Send the coordinates back to me. Gu Fei quickly went to the mailbox at the city gate to retrieve the scroll. He recorded the coordinates and sent it back. Deepwater was obviously waiting by the mailbox. 3 seconds later, Gu Fei saw a white light beside him. Deepwater and Lu Ku walked out of the white light. When Lu Ku saw Gu Fei, she was not in a good mood. She snorted twice as a greeting. This girl still remembered the pile of things that Gu Fei had stirred up. Although it was later proven that there was indeed a problem with the water-breaking arrow, the problem was caused by Gu Fei. This person looked like a troublemaker. Deepwater was in high spirits. As soon as he walked out of the white light, he saw Gu Fei and asked, "Where's Wu Ye?" He went to draft a contract. Gu Fei said as he introduced 100 Era's Jingren. 100 Era's Jingren. You know him, right? Yes, yes. Deepwater said. This is Deepwater. Gu Fei introduced him to 100 Era's Jingren. The 5 roaches. 100 Era's Jingren expressed his goodwill to Deepwater. The past is unbearable. Deepwater sighed. Why not? 100 Era's Jingren had just found out that the 5 roaches had changed to a new version. Gu Fei interrupted from the side, I did it. Although everyone had let bygones be bygones, this was clearly not a happy topic. Deepwater looked around and asked, where's Sword Demon? And that idiot? When talking about a certain idiot, Deepwater's gnashing of teeth was definitely not fake. They're leveling. Gu Fei said. Why did you guys come to Moonlit Night City? Deepwater asked. It wasn't like Gu Fei and the others were doing something shameful, so he told them everything. Oh, efficient leveling. TSK. Then when will you come to Forest Shade City and give us some pointers? How much? Deepwater asked. 500,000. 100 Era's Jingren was very happy when he heard that there was business again. He knew that the price for the 10 Guild Alliance was 500,000, but he didn't know that this was a favor price. not the market price. Even so, this price also shocked Deepwater. The 10 Guild Alliance had more than 4,000 players, and Deepwater's guild was only level 6, with only 1,050 people. The population base was different, so the per capita burden was naturally different. 500,000 was 500 gold coins per person. For Gu Fei and the others who were already rich, 500 gold coins was nothing, but for normal players, having more than 100 assets was a huge sum, and having more than 1,000 assets was a rich person. Since we're so familiar with each other, give us a discount. Deepwater said. Hehe, you can discuss it with Sword Demon and the others later. Gu Fei had already made it clear that he was going to do them a favor. Deepwater didn't stand on ceremony and nodded repeatedly, sure, sure. However, most of the players there are archers, and archers have the least efficient leveling method. Gu Fei said. What do you mean? Deepwater frowned. The efficient leveling method is all close combat, and archers are more restricted. Gu Fei told the truth. We'll talk about this later, the key is to give them a discount. Deepwater said. Gu Fei smiled helplessly. Right, did old Duan still bother you guys? Deepwater asked. Yes, he's been bothering him for the past 2 days. Gu Fei said. And then? Just kill him. Gu Fei said. Deepwater wiped his sweat and changed the topic, why is 5 Nights so slow? Damn, the efficiency of the studio is getting worse and worse. Is there no standard contract? Is it written on the spot? Gu Fei didn't understand this matter, so he naturally couldn't interrupt. However, he noticed that 5 Nights said he was going offline to draft a contract, but his name was still lit up. The two sides in the barbecue shop had added each other as friends, so Gu Fei didn't ask much. He just waited. With nothing to do, he called Deepwater and Lu Ke to find a tavern to sit down. This was the first time the two had returned to Moonlit Night City. From the city gate to the tavern, they saw 8 PK murders on the way. Some were seeking revenge, some were asking for a fight, and some were quarreling and killing after bumping into each other. As expected of Moonlit Night City, it really lives up to its reputation. Deepwater sighed. At this time, the two players who weren't even level 10 left Gu Fei and 100 Era's Jingren's line of sight and reported the situation to Weeds. We were discovered so quickly. Weeds frowned, how could you be so careless? I even told you to be careful, this is a big deal. The two felt wronged, I don't know, we were indeed very careful, but we were still discovered. Then did you guys find anything? No, we just had our eyes on them, the two said. What happened after we were discovered? That Chinli got drunk and came over with a sword. We just left like before, the two said. They were indeed violent. Weeds wiped his sweat. It seemed like he wasn't just scaring them when he threatened to kill them in the barbecue shop. Alright, you two can go. We'd sent the two of them away and immediately reported to 5 Nights. 5 Nights was furiously writing the contract. Deepwater really understood the studio. They indeed had all kinds of standard contracts, and big studios like Inky also had many in the game, so they could directly discuss business in the game. However, the project with Gu Fei was a completely new industry, so 5 Nights couldn't find a suitable format, so he found a similar one to modify it. He couldn't directly edit it in the game like on a computer, so he could only make a stack of paper and copy it. We were discovered. We didn't find anything. 5 Nights frowned when he heard the report. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. 5 Nights didn't have any malicious intentions when he asked the two of them to spy on Gu Fei. He just wanted to know the whereabouts of Gu Fei and 100 Realms strategist. He wanted to know if they would do anything related to the upcoming negotiations so that he could take the initiative. Now that the two of them were disconnected after just a few minutes, he was naturally a little suspicious. Forget it, I'll act according to the situation. 5 Nights thought about it and didn't have any other ideas, so he could only hurry up and get the contract done. After thinking for a while, he sent a message to Gu Fei and 100 Realms Jingren, telling them that he was currently working on the contract in the game, and that he would directly show them in the game. It's still more convenient to communicate face to face. Five Nights' reason was very reasonable. 5 Nights is working on the contract in the game, he'll bring it to us in a while, Gu Fei said. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Deepwater nodded. The 4 of them had been sitting in the tavern for about half an hour, and the 4 of them really couldn't find a common topic to talk about. Often, they would fall into an awkward silence after a few words, and in the end, they would just ignore each other. Lu Ku felt bored, so she dragged Deepwater to go shopping with her. Deepwater helplessly agreed, and just as the two were about to leave, Gu Fei suddenly said, "There's news, the contract is done." "Ha, that's fast. Where do we meet?" "Let's go," Deepwater said. "Let's go." Gu Fei led the way, and the place where 5 Nights was supposed to meet was still Inky's barbecue. Not long after they left, they came back again. Weeds welcomed them outside the door, and when he saw that Gu Fei and 100 Realms Jingren had brought 2 more people, he asked in confusion, "These 2 are?" "Oh, my friends, and they came to take a look," Gu Fei said. Deepwater smiled at Weeds. "Brother, what's your name?" "Weeds." Weeds said. "You're a newbie. Do a good job, and you'll have a bright future." Deepwater patted Weeds' shoulder and took the lead to enter. Weeds was confused by his actions, but seeing that people were entering one after another, he hurriedly followed and said, "Same place as before." In the private room, everyone met. Gu Fei originally thought that there would be a storm of blood the moment they met, and he had already prepared his sword. Who would have thought that 5 Nights' reaction was exactly the same as Weeds? When he saw Deepwater and Lu Ku, he immediately asked in confusion, "These 2 are?" Gu Fei was startled, and immediately realized that the two's acquaintance was probably limited to the internet, and there was no such thing as meeting face to face, so they didn't know each other. Sure enough, at this time, Deepwater also sent him a message, "Which one is 5 Nights?" "Talk to this one." Gu Fei hurriedly replied, and then saw Deepwater say with a fake smile, "Hee, I'm his friend, and I heard about this, so I came to take a look." "Oh. Welcome, welcome." 5 Nights didn't forget his etiquette, and quickly gave up his seat to the 2. This private room was quite big, and it wouldn't be a problem to seat 2 more people. After Deepwater sat down, he immediately took the initiative and said casually, "Where's the contract? Take it out and let me see." There was already a stack of paper on the table, and 5 Nights pushed it over, smiling, and said, "I just drafted this, and it's a bit rushed. If there are any mistakes, please don't take offense." "Oh right, I haven't asked." 5 Nights was asking for Deepwater's name, but Deepwater didn't answer. After taking the contract and glancing at it, he said with contempt, "Profit-sharing contract." "Yes." 5 Nights smiled and nodded. "Humph." Deepwater snorted coldly, and casually picked up the contract. His eyes glanced at the contract randomly, thinking that it was the same old trick, so he was thinking about where to start, but after a few glances, his expression became more and more surprised, and he couldn't help but glance at 5 Nights. The profit-sharing contract was a trick, and this had never been a secret, nor was it unique to the studio. In other industries, there were more or less restrictions, but in the studio, which didn't have a complete legal system, it was used extremely arrogantly, to the point that it had become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. Many studios already didn't have this form of profit-sharing contract in their minds, and today, Gu Fei actually took the initiative to propose this form. At that time, 5 Nights and the others' hearts could be described as turning upside down. He actually took the initiative to propose a profit-sharing contract with the studio. How many novices did he have that didn't understand the gaming industry? It was really hard to imagine that these 2 people, one was currently the #1 expert in the game, and the other was a top-notch character like the 5 Roaches. How could 5 Nights miss this kind of wonderful thing that fell from the sky? Naturally, he pushed the boat with the current, and pretended to think for a while before accepting, afraid that the other party would be suspicious. But in the end, Wu Yi felt that Gu Fei was still wary of him, so he said that he would ask his friends about it. 5 knights didn't know who this friend was, but as long as one wasn't too inexperienced in the game, they would probably know the dirty inside story of the studio that had already been exposed. At this time, if 5 knights still wanted to treat this as a pie that fell from the sky, he would be a bit too stupid. His draft contract had made some corrections to a few obvious traps. At first glance, at this time, Water Depth actually didn't find any problems, so he was naturally very surprised. Could it be that the way the studio does things has changed? Water Depth was puzzled. But it was really hard for him to accept this idea. He was a character that had dealt with many studios, and indeed understood the dirty methods that these people used to make money. Suddenly turning over a new leaf? They had to at least give a reason. Recently, he hadn't heard of any laws and regulations that targeted the field of online gaming studios. As Water Depth thought about it, he began to carefully study the contract. Gu Fei also realized that the situation wasn't right. At the beginning, Water Depth was arrogant when he came in, with the word trample written all over his face, but after picking up the contract, the situation immediately changed. Water Depth was clearly a bit unprepared, while 5 knights seemed to have a card up his sleeve, as if he was very confident in the contract. What's the situation? Gu Fei sent a message to ask Water Depth. This was the biggest advantage in the game, they could secretly communicate without leaving any traces. The contract is very suspicious. Water Depth replied. Oh. Why is it suspicious? Gu Fei asked. It's not suspicious, that's the most suspicious thing about it. Water Depth said, but he had already flipped to the last page of the contract. 5 knights had been smiling as he watched his every move. Seeing that he had reached the last page, he waited for a while, and immediately took the opportunity to ask, how is it? Is there a problem with the contract? In this round, Water Depth had actually patched some of the loopholes that he was familiar with in this contract. Currently, there was only one problem, and that was the transparency of the accounts in the contract. Just as Water Depth was about to raise this question, he didn't expect 5 knights to see that he didn't speak for a long time, and actually spoke first. Currently, there is one problem, and that is the problem of the details of the accounts. According to normal operations, the final income is based on the tax bill, but I see that you all understand, so I won't beat around the bush. Our studio's operation has a little difficulty in paying taxes, so we generally don't use the tax bill as the basis, so we have to carefully discuss what the final basis for the split will be. Water Depth was surprised. He didn't expect that 5 knights had become so cunning after not dealing with him for so long. Obviously, this guy was ready to eat Gu Fei and eccentric strategists like they were rookies from the beginning. But just as Gu Fei suspected that there was a trick, he also found that Gu Fei was on guard. This guy didn't have the slightest bit of wishful thinking, and made such a contract decisively. In this way, his sinister intentions from the beginning were all covered up, and now there was no problem with this contract at all. The only problem that was difficult to solve was the account problem in the split, and this guy even openly brought it to the table for discussion. In this way, this fellow had gained a firm foothold, both emotionally and logically. As for the following issue of splitting the accounts, if this problem was so easy to solve, would it still be a cancerous existence? This guy put this problem on the table to show his fairness, but as a problem that couldn't be solved cleanly, what could he do in the end? At this time, what 5 knights put out was no longer a conspiracy, but an open conspiracy. This matter is in front of you, how do you deal with it? You think of a way. How do I deal with it? Water Depth had a headache. Although 5 knights was cunning, Water Depth could see that he was quite sincere in this cooperation. Cooperating with them was indeed a good opportunity to make money. It was just that in this situation, it had to be said that Gu Fei's initiative to propose splitting the profits was a major mistake. It was very awkward now. He couldn't jump in knowing that he would suffer a loss, right? But now he changed his mind and said that he didn't want to split the profits and wanted to do something else. There was no suitable reason for this at all. In this way, even if the other party accepted it, they would use this as a bargaining chip to lower the asking price. Water Depth was depressed. He didn't expect that 5 nights had evolved to the point that even he couldn't handle it. Unexpectedly, Gu Fei said at this time, "Can't you figure out the accounts?" "Aya, if we can't figure this out, I'm afraid there's no way to continue this cooperation, right?" 5 Nights smiled and said, "That's right, so we still have to plan it out." Water Depth sneered. "Plan? This guy wouldn't use his brain on this matter." Unexpectedly, Gu Fei nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother 5 Nights. We'll wait for your news." "Ah." 5 Nights was startled. "We don't know much about this matter, so we'll have to trouble Brother 5 Nights to think of a suitable plan," Gu Fei said sincerely. Seeing 5 Nights' face that didn't know whether to laugh or cry, Water Depth suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud. Today, he finally understood what it meant to be firm without desires. No matter how sinister 5 Nights was, unfortunately, he sincerely wanted to do this business. Meeting such a person who didn't have much sincerity, he could only be eaten alive. Chapter 654. 5 Nights was very depressed, and Shui Shen's laughter made him feel even more unhappy. He could also feel that Shui Shen's negotiation partner was not sincere at all. It was the kind of cooperation that depended on whether or not they would cooperate. If the conditions were good, then they would do it. If not, then they would just forget about it. There was no intention of everyone working together. Such a partner would definitely be avoided on normal days, but now that such a big cake like the efficiency leveling method was known to only these 2 people, giving up on this big deal meant giving up on this big deal. Therefore, Gu Fei and 100 Eras Jingluan could not care less, but 5 Nights definitely could not. After thinking about it, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Then how about this, the 2 of you can work with our market research staff to plan and evaluate the prospects of this project. First, we will predict a profit, and then 20% of this profit will be the bottom line for the commission. Even if we can't achieve this in the future, we will still pay the commission according to this amount. This way, the 2 of you can rest assured, right?" 5 Nights emphasized the word, "both of you," because this project was actually going to cooperate with 100 Eras Jingluan in the end. However, when Qianli was drunk, he kept walking around and causing trouble, so 5 Nights couldn't control himself and revealed a little bit of his emotions here. He could also see that if it wasn't because of Qianli's drunkenness, 100 Eras Jingluan might have been able to hoodwink him for 2 million. 5 Nights regretted it. In the beginning, he really shouldn't have contacted these 2 people together. He should have first understood the 2 of them, and then only approached 100 Eras Jingluan in private. It was really as good as it could be now, but now, he was being stung by Qianli's drunkenness, and he couldn't get rid of him even if he wanted to. It was really annoying. 5 Nights proposed such an idea, but Gu Fei wasn't sure, so he looked at Shui Shen. Shui Shen smiled and said, "Do you mean the profit, the gross profit, or the net profit? You have to be clear." 5 Nights glanced at the last careless look, and could only say regretfully, "This. Let's calculate it according to the gross profit." "What's the difference?" Gu Fei asked from the side. Gross profit is revenue minus major costs, net profit is revenue minus all expenses, including taxes and the like. Deepwater briefly explained, then looked at 5 Nights and said with a smile, "Gross profit? Since when did the studio have Mao Liruan?" At this moment, Wu Yi knew that the person Gu Fei brought this time wasn't for nothing, but a person who truly knew the ropes. Gross profit was usually the income minus the cost, and this cost usually referred to the purchase price of the goods. For example, if the goods were sold for 1,000 yuan and purchased for 400 yuan, then the 600 yuan would be the gross profit. As for other costs, such as labor, transportation, utilities, rent, etc., these would be deducted when calculating the net profit. On the other hand, the studio was in the business of buying and selling virtual goods and currencies in online games. These virtual goods were automatically generated by the game system, so there was no such thing as a cost. Therefore, there was no gross profit in the studio's business. It could basically be said to be a business without capital. If you met someone who didn't understand and treated the gross profit as a normal situation, you could ask the studio to make up an excuse or reason to produce a cost. This cost would naturally fall into the studio's pocket, and the rest would be used to play with the 20%, which was naturally a lot less. Brother Five Nights, we are all understanding people. Don't make such a mess. The cost of the studio's business is nothing more than labor costs and card count. Electricity can also be included. If you are shameless, you can also include the depreciation of the game equipment. Of course, I know that Ingchi is now a regular big company. You can't wait to include your office space, administrative expenses, and so on. If you really want to calculate it this way, then let's stop playing. Deepwater spoke with fervor and assurance. These were definitely things that Gu Fei couldn't say. Deepwater's trip finally had some meaning. Seeing that the other party was really understanding, Five Nights had no choice but to speak frankly. Of course, these won't be included, but this time, the project will probably end up being very big. The labor costs will be relatively high. Maybe our studio doesn't have enough staff, so we will temporarily transfer a group of people. So, on the labor side, shouldn't we appropriately include a little bit? Of course, we can already know how much this cost is when we evaluate and plan this project together. The profit that will be used in the end will be the revenue minus the cost that we negotiated. How about that? Hearing this, Deepwater knew that Five Nights finally gave in and stopped playing tricks. This idea was basically fair to both parties. He immediately sent a message to Gu Fei, "It's about time." Unexpectedly, Gu Fei frowned again. "Do a prospect evaluation? You want to calculate the cost? How would we understand this?" Five Nights almost blurted out, "You don't understand." Of course, he held back. And this wasn't a trap. Everyone was working together. Considering that this part was linked to the final profit, the studio would definitely raise the cost to the highest and estimate the revenue conservatively. On the other hand, Gu Fei's side was going in the opposite direction. This was a competition to see who was more familiar with the business. Although Five Nights really hoped that these two who didn't understand would personally do it, he thought that the other party wouldn't be so stupid. This matter might have to rely on the guy that he brought who was very familiar with the studio to participate. Who is this person? I asked him just now, but he didn't say his name. Could it be that it's inconvenient? Five Nights couldn't think of it. If it was someone from a big studio that was on the same level as Ingchi, once they received this news, they would definitely go crazy and try to win these two over. Why was Five Nights so anxious? Why did he act so quickly? Wasn't it because he was afraid that other studios would get ahead of him? Once the efficiency leveling method appeared out of nowhere, many studios would be eyeing it. Now that Five Nights had reached this step, he was actually surprised, afraid, and happy. He was afraid that someone would come out of nowhere. This guy in front of him actually ran to the table to negotiate with him, so he shouldn't be someone from a rival studio. Since he wasn't one of them, why wouldn't it be convenient to mention his name? Gu Fei, an encyclopedic strategist, didn't understand things like market research and evaluation. Five Nights was very happy that they were like this. Of course, he wouldn't give them any more ideas. The two of them looked at Deepwater. Deepwater sighed, "I also want to continue helping you, but I'm afraid I won't be able to help you in the next matter." "Why?" Gu Fei asked. "Because I'm Deepwater." Deepwater laughed. "Deepwater." Five Nights suddenly stood up. The table didn't flip over, but the glass of wine in front of him spilled out and splashed onto the plate of barbecued meat on the table. Five Nights clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and glared as if he was ready to eat Deepwater alive. It was rare for Deepwater to be smiling at this time. He said to Lu Ke beside him, seeing him like this trip really wasn't in vain. Lu Ke glared at him and didn't say anything. Obviously, she was also someone who knew about the conflict between Deepwater and Five Nights. Seeing this, Gu Fei hurriedly knocked on the table and comforted Five Nights, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. If we fight now, it'll be very disadvantageous for you. Ha ha ha, yes, very disadvantageous. Deepwater said as he squeezed towards Gu Fei, feeling a special sense of security. Of course, Proud Emperor and we knew Deepwater's name, but because of his previous title as one of the 5 roaches, the two of them didn't know what grudges there were between Deepwater and 5 knights. However, seeing that Deepwater seemed to have a good understanding of the studio, the two of them guessed that this person might have worked in Yingqi or some other studio in the past and had a grudge with 5 knights. The two of them watched 5 knights nervously, for fear that he would ruin the deal in a moment of impulse. Although the big fish had been snatched by this boss, there was still some bones and soup left after the meat was gone. If this really went wrong, then there wouldn't even be a fish bone left. Moreover, it was because of 5 knights' personal grudges, then the two of them would be wronged. Proud Emperor and we looked at each other, hoping that the other would stand up and dissuade 5 knights, but at the same time, they were afraid that this dissuasion would be inappropriate and would anger their boss, so the two of them didn't dare to move. But then Proud Emperor's eyes became a little more severe, and we'd instantly burst into tears. Well, if I don't go now, I will anger my boss. Do I still need to worry about the future? Helpless, this guy braced himself and wanted to go over and persuade 5 knights. Who would have thought that this 5 knights could become the director of the studio? He really wasn't an ordinary person. At least, he knew the general situation. Just now, he lost his composure in anger, but at this time, he had already calmed down. He picked up the wine glass on the table and no longer looked at Deepwater. He just said to Gu Fei an encyclopedic wisdom, then, about the cooperation, let's do it like this, right? I will set up a special team to conduct market research and evaluation on this project with the two of you. I will draft the contract immediately, and then send it to the encyclopedic brothers. How about it? TSK, look at him, he is indeed a person who does big business. He can hold back and release freely, he is not the same as before. Deepwater said again. Lu Ku pinched him fiercely, stop talking. In front of them, such a big business was about to be negotiated. If 5 knights was really angered by Deepwater's provocation and caused the deal to fall through, Lu Ku felt that she would be too sorry for Gu Fei and encyclopedic wisdom. At this moment, she was also a little annoyed that Deepwater didn't know the severity of his actions. In fact, Deepwater wasn't someone who didn't know the severity of his actions. He also learned that Gu Fei didn't want to cooperate with this studio when he sent the message, so he boldly came to make trouble. Who would have thought that the following plans that 5 knights made were all well behaved? After a few talks, the deal came back to life again. Deepwater didn't want to come in vain, so he reported his name. No matter what, he wanted to see 5 knights go crazy after knowing that it was him. His appearance was quite satisfactory, but 5 knights quickly restrained his emotions and didn't act impulsively. Instead, he continued to talk with Gu Fei and encyclopedic wisdom in an orderly manner, so Deepwater added another sentence. 5 knights coldly snorted, glanced at Deepwater and said, "We have plenty of opportunities to settle accounts." Deepwater nervously said to the left and right, "I'm so scared, so scared." 5 knights didn't say much, and said to Gu Fei and encyclopedic wisdom, "Then we'll go do our work first, we'll contact each other later." After saying that, 5 knights hurriedly left with Proud Emperor and Weeds. As soon as they left the barbecue shop, Proud Emperor came up to them, "Should we call the fire team to clean up Deepwater?" The fire team was a special team in Eagle Studio that was responsible for combat missions in the game. The level, equipment, and skills of this team were all quite good. This kind of team existed in every major studio. If the boss was a gaming fanatic, then the combat team of the studio would become the boss's personal soldiers. The boss would direct them to the east and not the west. Normally, they wouldn't make a lot of money, but they were the boss's favorite group of people. Encountering this kind of boss was quite unlucky. Fortunately, the boss of Eagle Studio was a serious businessman. Making money was his first priority, so he valued those with business vision, organization, and communication skills. That was why Eagle Studio's fire team wasn't very strong. However, if they were to deal with players, then even people like Roach 5 wouldn't be afraid. Sometimes when the people in the studio were angry when discussing business with players, some people with bad character would ask their colleagues in the fire team to help them vent their anger in the game. As for the leaders, there were countless cases of them abusing their power for personal gain. But when Five Nights heard this idea, he glared at Proud Emperor. Do you know why I was in such a hurry to leave? Didn't you see that Qianli and Encyclopedic Wisdom? Those two didn't have much interest in this cooperation, so their sincerity was limited. Just now in the room, that Qianli was clearly siding with Water Depth. If we were to be pushed down by that Water Depth, then those two would act rashly and ruin our business. So right now, we definitely can't touch that Water Depth, do you understand? Then we're not here anymore. What if he tries to persuade Qianli and Encyclopedic Wisdom to not cooperate with us? Proud Emperor said. That might not be the case. His purpose for coming here is pretty clear. It's mainly to help those two. I don't think he would go so far as to ruin his friend's business just because of his personal grudge with me. So as long as we don't provoke Qianli and Encyclopedic Wisdom, then it'll be fine. We'd heard this and said, actually, if we want to deal with Water Depth, our studio won't touch him. I can pick a few normal players from our guild to deal with him. He wouldn't even know who they are. Let's not. Five Nights said, for a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. Right now, the most important thing is to do this project well. It's better not to cause any more trouble. These few days, send a message to everyone in the city. If they see drunken Qianli and Encyclopedic Wisdom, then they should pay more attention to them. At the same time, pay attention to the movements of the other studios. I'm going to get the contract right now. If we don't sign it, then I won't be able to control myself. Alright, everyone, go do your work. Oh. Proud Emperor and we'd wanted to help their leader vent his anger, but in the end, they were given the cold shoulder. They cursed in their hearts and then went their separate ways. Five Nights was really concerned about this business. He hurriedly went offline and started working. In the barbecue shop, Water Depth boasted again, how is it? Brother, you didn't come here for nothing, right? I helped you secure this business. It's a business worth tens of millions. That's unbelievable. You can actually earn so much money in the game. Gu Fei and Encyclopedic Wisdom exclaimed. You guys are just too narrow-minded. Water Depth shook his head repeatedly. Let's talk about the players in the past. They always saw the professional players around them being busy and doing the same thing over and over again. They calculated and felt that it didn't seem like much money. Why didn't they think about how much they could only see? A player can only see one server at most. The studio's business involves all the servers operating together. The amount that they could see would be multiplied by hundreds or even thousands. Gu Fei nodded and then said, then, is this contract okay? Water Depth said reluctantly, although I hate him, I have to say that this guy didn't play any tricks in the end. The contract is still fair. After that, for the evaluation of the market, you two can find someone who knows the industry. It's a process of negotiation. But this person must be someone you are familiar with and trustworthy. Sometimes in the studio industry, people in the same industry protect each other. You can find someone from other studios. Don't think that they are usually competitors. At this time, they can join hands to play you. You can save a lot of commission. Just take 10% of the commission. Where can I find such a person? I think you should go. Although that Five Nights isn't very kind, I think he is still rational. He is sincere about this business. If you do it, even if he hates you in his heart, he will endure it. Gu Fei said. Water Depth nodded and said, he is fine, but I'm afraid that I won't do well if I work with emotions. You have to follow my temperament when dealing with studios. I'll contact the next studio long ago and then watch them bid and raise the price. Hee, do you two have this intention? You guys are now rare commodities. Forget it. The two wiped their sweat together. Hey! What's wrong with that? Doing business is actually like this. Mutual deception. The people in the studio are originally not good people. It would be a waste not to take advantage of them. Water Depth said. Why do you hate the studio so much? Gu Fei felt strange. There was no hatred in this world for no reason. This is a long story. Water Depth said. Long story? Didn't you always suspect that the collapse of your guild with Sword Demon was caused by the studio behind the scenes? Lu Ke said. Oh. There's such a thing. Tell me about it. Gu Fei said. You want to hear about the collapse of the guild? That's a long story, and I can't remember it clearly now. Being caused by the studio was just this guy's guess. Sword Demon and the Han family young master all had different opinions. Anyway, this guy has always been messing with other people's studios since then. Just now, that 5 nights, don't think that just because you don't like him, he did something bad to get along with Water Depth. That would really be wronging him. Lu Ke said. Of course not. Gu Fei smiled and said, just looking at their reactions just now, I know who bullied who. Just now, 5 nights was so angry that he wanted to eat someone, but Water Depth was still proud. Even a blind person could see that Water Depth must have tormented 5 nights in the past, causing the other party to hate him to the bone. This guy isn't a good person anyway. Water Depth said. Which of the people in the studio isn't like this? Lu Ke scolded Water Depth. That's why I hate studios the most. Water Depth said. Get lost. Lu Ke was not in a good mood. Is this also a long story? If you remember clearly, tell me about it. Gu Fei said. Butterfly Knot, I originally had nothing to say today, but I was afraid that if I didn't say a few words, everyone would think this chapter wasn't over. I had no choice but to end it like this. Chapter 655. This matter isn't that complicated. To sum it up, he sold them out and made them take the blame. Isn't that right, Water Depth? Lu Ke said. I don't like the way you phrased it. Water Depth said seriously, strictly speaking, the project he was managing was my bargaining chip. I was right about the project, not the person. It just so happened that he was the supervisor of the project, and it just so happened that he became the target of everyone's suspicion, so the blame was put on his head. In all honesty, this wasn't my plan. I'm not that person. What is it? You two don't talk in riddles. Tell me clearly. Gu Fei said. How do I tell you this? Water Depth draped his arm over Gu Fei's shoulder and said, once upon a time, I was a middleman in the online gaming world, tisk. Lu Ke snorted. Just kill her. Water Depth begged Gu Fei. Really? Gu Fei touched his sword. Don't. Water Depth was scared. This guy didn't have a sense of humor at all. I'm just trying to scare you. Gu Fei laughed. How about we let Lu Ke say it? Let him say it himself. I don't have that kind of time. Lu Ke said. Then don't interrupt. Water Depth cleared his throat solemnly. Where were we? Yes, once upon a time, I was a middleman in the online gaming world. This is a very technical job. It requires a sharp eye for the market, courage to move forward, and more importantly, accurate information from multiple sources. In order to do this job well, I applied for a number of sock puppets and mingled in the popular service areas of the major gaming studios. Speaking of which, one day, on a server in the online game Legend of Chivalry, I found 5 nights with a group of little brothers from the studio sweeping up goods. By the way, do you know about this game? I don't. Gu Fei shook his head. TSK. I don't know. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. Do you understand sweeping up goods? I don't understand. Gu Fei said. Why are you asking if you don't know anything? Water Depth was not satisfied. Gu Fei touched his sword. Water Depth nodded. If you don't understand, then learn. That's how young people are. This is a common occurrence before major updates in the game, but at that time, there was no system announcement about the updates in Legend of Chivalry. For this to happen, the studio must have received some insider information. As a second-hand trafficker, what I sell are the intelligence gathered by spies on all sides. After seeing what Five Nights was looking for, he immediately logged into the sock puppets of the other studios and spread the news. Hence, in Legend of Chivalry, all the studios that were established in the game came out to sweep up the goods. This was originally the exclusive insider news of Five Nights Studio. Suddenly, it was known to the whole city. Of course, everyone knew that there was a traitor. What a pity. At that time, their studio seemed to suspect that Five Nights was a mole. In fact, I didn't know why they suspected him. It couldn't be because he was in charge of sweeping the goods, right? Anyway, I heard that he was fired by the studio. Tut tut, said Deepwater. After listening to this, Gu Fei was very puzzled. What benefits did you get from this? Water Depth glanced at him and said, that's why I said you're still a little inexperienced. In that era, this kind of information was extremely valuable. No matter who the person who provided this kind of information was, as long as the information was accurate, there would be a bonus. Otherwise, where did you think Five Nights and the others got their insider information from? That was also because someone in the game had dirty hands and feet and received a huge bonus. Now, I've revealed this information to 5 studios at once and received a bonus from 5 studios. In the end, I even got a profit bonus. Isn't this benefit enough? Of course. Water Depth paused and said, my main purpose wasn't this bonus. At that time, I was just unhappy that the studios were messing around in the game all day long. Anyway, I wanted to make some trouble for them. Originally, it was one studio that was quietly sweeping up the goods. Now that so many studios have begun to snatch up the goods, it's unknown how much those two things can sell for. Now that I've acquired them, the studios are competing with each other to raise the price. No matter what, it's also reducing their profits. Gu Fei nodded. Water Depth's matter was simple. It was just a few sock puppets passing information and stirring up trouble. But he was able to do this because the seeds he had planted had already blossomed and borne fruit. How to get so many sock puppets to infiltrate the various studios and gain their trust one by one was the hardest part of the sewing process. No one knew it was me at the time. Later on, one of my sock puppets was accidentally exposed. That second-hand dealer building of mine collapsed in an instant. I've really suffered for a long time. Water Depth sighed. If one of your sock puppets was exposed, why would the other sock puppets be exposed as well? Gu Fei didn't understand. Sigh, you don't know. This is because sometimes I use 2 or more sock puppets to put on a 2-man show for others to see. When people don't know anything, they won't be able to see through the flaws. When they realize that one of them is a mole, they can track down the mole's past and find out all of them. Water Depth said. How do you put on a 2-man show? Gu Fei asked. It's simple. For example, today we're negotiating with 2 studios. I'm Five Nights. I found a project, so I suggested to the boss that I wanted to find a studio to cooperate with. The boss said it's fine and you can go and contact them. So I opened Water Depth again and told the boss here that the studio has some kind of project and wants to cooperate with us. The boss also said it's fine and you can go and take a look. So Five Nights went home and reported that he had contacted Water Depth. Water Depth went home and reported that he had contacted Five Nights. Alright, let's talk. It's me on the left and right. What the hell is there to talk about? Let's put on a 2-man show. Water Depth said. You're too talented. Gu Fei exclaimed. However, Water Depth was very ashamed. I can't do it. I still haven't mastered it. Later on, I was exposed because of this matter. Once, 5 studios had a meeting and opened a chat group. I opened 5 QQ accounts to deal with them. I got dizzy for a moment and one of the accounts said the wrong thing. Those bastards' eyes were really sharp. I was discovered with just one sentence that I said, and I was caught by the roots in an instant. It turned out that after so many things, there were still some flaws. Now that there was a breakthrough, didn't I get wiped out? Fortunately, I had some foresight and found a half-baked hacker friend to disguise all the IP addresses. It was enough to fool those people. At that time, those guys said that they wanted to hire assassins to kill me. Damn, I don't know if they hired them or not. You say, to deal with me, how much money would they need to hire an assassin? As Water Depth said this, he began to look forward to it. Gu Fei wiped his sweat and said, then you've appeared in public again. Aren't you afraid of revenge? Water Depth laughed and said, things have changed since the past. Back then, out of the few studios I worked with, 3 of them have already collapsed. 2 of them changed bosses, and 1 of them went to earn foreign exchange. Only sincerity has developed to a certain scale now. However, they're now regular big companies, so they can still fuss about these old matters. Now it seems that this big grudge is gone. Only Comrade 5 Night's small resentment is left. 5 Nights was indeed worthy of resentment. From the beginning to the end, 5 Nights did not provoke anyone. He was completely the scapegoat for what Water Depth had done. At that time, 5 Nights, who was fired from the studio, must have been full of grievances. For this kind of thing, even if Water Depth was deeply exposed in the future, everyone's energy would be focused on strongly condemning Water Depth. Who would think of vindicating the victim in this kind of incident? This guy, Water Depth, was obviously very prejudiced against the studio and everyone in the studio, so he didn't feel guilty at all for indirectly harming 5 Nights. He even excitedly enjoyed the reaction of the person involved when he saw him in the future. It was really cruel. And now that Gu Fei understood the whole story, he was also cruel enough. He actually didn't sympathize with 5 Nights. It was really in the process of dealing with 5 Nights today, this guy's selfish calculations made Gu Fei look down on him. 5 Nights felt that Gu Fei and the others were not sincere about the cooperation, but unexpectedly, Gu Fei also felt that his behavior was even more insincere. Gu Fei thought that if there was sincerity in the negotiation, he would give a psychological price, and the other party would give a psychological price. Everyone would negotiate, each side would make concessions, and everyone would be happy. As for cooperation, the original intention was for everyone to get rich together. This was sincerity. 5 Nights, everything was based on his own interests, and he thought of ways to force the partners to give up their interests. Gu Fei didn't feel that this was sincerity at all. Especially when 5 Nights said that the 100 Lives Classic calculated decades of living expenses and said that it had nothing to do with the current negotiation, Gu Fei felt that it was a joke. This kind of guy didn't even think about why he wanted to make money. He only wanted to make money for the sake of making money. His vision was simply not good enough. 5 Nights felt that Gu Fei and the others didn't understand business and didn't have any sincerity. In fact, it was because Gu Fei's vision was higher. 5 Nights' business methods, in his eyes, were simply petty. He didn't have the demeanor of a big boss. He could run a small business, but he wasn't cut out for a big business. This kind of person that Gu Fei didn't like, no matter how much sympathy he had, it wouldn't be able to reach him. Right now, he only wanted this business deal to be done quickly and help the 100 Lives Classic get out of this predicament. How is it? Brother, your past is considered glorious, right? Deepwater said at this time. Glorious. Gu Fei nodded. It's a pity that in this kind of game environment, there won't be such an opportunity anymore. Deepwater shook his head and sighed. Gu Fei was speechless. He really didn't like 5 Nights, but it wasn't to the extent that he hated the studio and its members like Deepwater. This guy's realm was just too high. Then, what about the guild going bankrupt? What exactly happened? Tell me as much as you can. Gu Fei said. That matter is really too complicated. Deepwater said, and, We don't want to talk about it anymore. You better not ask Sword Demon, I don't think he'll be willing to talk about it. Lu Ke said to Gu Fei. Is that so? Gu Fei could only agree. The four then chatted for a bit more before leaving Inga's barbecue shop. Because it was a shop opened by the studio, Deepwater had already gritted his teeth and was prepared to fiercely bargain down the price. In the end, 5 Knights had already instructed them to waive the bill. Thus, Deepwater adjusted his strategy and decided to come over and eat 3 meals a day, then ask the other party to waive the bill. If you have the time, why don't you help us with market research? When the time comes, you'll get a share of the bonus. Gu Fei said. Deepwater smiled and said, I was just joking before. I didn't help because this job is very time-consuming and I really don't have the time recently. The battle for the main city is getting closer and closer. All the main city guilds are actively preparing. As the guild leader, I have to keep an eye on them all day. I say, hurry up and teach us the efficient leveling method. Why don't you come with me on the plane now? I have a ticket with me. I'm still teaching the people from the 10 Guild Alliance. The method they're learning is very complicated, so I still need to give them some guidance. Gu Fei was in a difficult position. Deepwater had just helped them a lot, so this request was really hard to refuse. But the matter with Cloud Twilight wasn't over yet. The leveling method was quite complicated, so Gu Fei still needed a lot of guidance from the side. While 5 Knights had been tossing and turning, Cloud Twilight and the others were actually still bitterly waiting. Then I'll leave you a ticket. After you're done teaching them, directly fly over to my side. Deepwater said. All right. Gu Fei nodded. Then we'll go back first. Say hello to Sword Demon for me. If they have time, they can come over too. Deepwater said. Okay, I'll ask them. Gu Fei said. For the current teleportation scrolls really weren't much. As long as they had the goods, money wasn't a problem. Deepwater and Lu Ke teleported back to Shady Forest City. Gu Fei and 100 Era's Jingren also headed towards Silent Night Valley. Apart from leveling with the 10 Guild Alliance, Gu Fei also had to ask these well-connected experts if there were any trustworthy friends who could come over to help with this market research. In Silent Night Valley, Cloud Twilight and the others continued to sweat like rain. They were already very skilled at leveling alone, and their improvement in leveling together wasn't small either. At the very least, they wouldn't be used as sandbags by monsters anymore. Seeing that Gu Fei and 100 Era's Jingren had returned, a group of people surrounded them. They didn't even ask about the leveling method, and all asked about how the business was going. That was tens of millions of yuan. Who wouldn't care? It's going well. Gu Fei said. Awesome. Too awesome. Everyone praised. Jiannan Yu and the others were even more envious. Look at them. It was easy to earn money in the game. Just doing a part-time job could earn tens of millions of dollars. He worked himself to death and barely made ends meet. If they can earn tens of millions in one go, then they can play games in peace for the rest of their lives. Jiannan Yu and the others' pursuit was the same as 100 Era's Jingren's. They wanted to earn enough money to play games in peace, and 100 Era's Jingren wanted to earn enough money to play martial arts in peace. Right now, they need us to investigate and evaluate the costs and profits of this deal with them. Both Baisher and I don't know much about it. Big Nan, are you guys good at this? Gu Fei directly asked Jiannan Yu. He wanted to fight for this kind of money-making opportunity for these guys. I'm afraid we're not as professional as their studio. Jiannan Yu and the others hadn't done such professional and meticulous work before, so they didn't dare to casually agree. What professionalism? The two of us don't know anything and are afraid of being tricked by them. That guy called 5 Knights thought of a way to let you slip in. He's too sinister. Gu Fei said. At the mention of sinister, everyone couldn't help but look at the Han family young master. This kind of guy should be handled by him. In the end, everyone was greeted with a middle finger from the Han family young master. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads as if nothing had happened. If that's the case, then leave it to us. We won't be tricked so easily. Jian Nanyu expressed his stance. He believed that he wasn't easy to deal with. Let's discuss how to split the money after we earn it back. Gu Fei said. We don't know the exact amount yet. You're so cunning. Wouldn't Comrade Big Nan risk his life to keep a close eye on the money for you? The Han family young master suddenly interrupted. Jian Nanyu only smiled faintly. They had already seen Gu Fei's character very clearly. They didn't need to worry about money if they followed him. This person didn't care about money at all. If there were benefits, he would think of everyone. Having a boss like this was truly a blessing. So, whether or not Gu Fei was scheming like the Han family young master had pointed out, Jian Nanyu and the others didn't mind at all. They only nodded their heads in agreement. Alright, then let's wait for news from 5 Knights. Old Yun, how's your leveling going? If you have any questions, hurry up and ask. I'm in a hurry to go to the next guild. Gu Fei said. Next guild? Where? Yun Zhongmu was vigilant. Every guild in Moonlit Night City was their competitor. Of course, Yun Zhongmu hoped that Gu Fei wouldn't accept any more business from Moonlit Night City. However, he also knew that this was only his own wishful thinking. Now that he heard that Gu Fei had found another guild after going out for a while, Yun Zhongmu could only ask around first. In the future, he would have to pay attention to this guild. Water Depth asked me to go over and give her some guidance. Gu Fei saw that everyone was looking at him and hurriedly said. When Yun Zhongmu heard that it was from Shady Forest City, his mood changed. He hurriedly went up to Gu Fei with his companions as if nothing had happened. The people from Child Elite Group didn't want to go up to him, so they all asked in the chat, how much is water depth? You beast! Don't you know water depth? How dare you ask for money? Gu Fei said with disdain. Everyone hurriedly retorted, we're just afraid that you're a beast. Even water depth is asking for money. Brother Yu, on the other hand, mumbled, why do I feel that ever since we reached an agreement with the Rebirth Amethyst crystals, we don't need them anymore? Reborn Amethyst? What agreement? Gu Fei wasn't there at the time, so he didn't know about it. When Brother Yu told Gu Fei everything, he didn't think much of it. He continued to urge Yun Zhongmu and the others to level, leaving Brother Yu to worry alone. The idea with Reborn Amethyst was all his. If he didn't keep his end of the deal, would those girls cause trouble for him? Brother Yu shuddered at the thought of Non-Smiler being taught a lesson by them in the tavern until he had to pretend to be dead. What? Emperor and Weed? On the other side, Gu Fei was supervising the leveling duo while chatting with Yun Zhongmu. Yun Zhongmu wanted to get some information about the workshop in Moonlit Forest City. The workshop's influence was huge, so he had to pay attention to it, especially when a major event like the main city battle was about to begin. During the conversation, Proud Emperor and Weed were brought up. Yun Zhongmu didn't think that the two biggest rivals of his guild were members of Inch Workshop, and they were the bosses of Moonlit Forest City. This wasn't good news for them. Chapter 656. Cloud Twilight felt that his life was full of ups and downs. As soon as he entered the game, he was stuck in Moonlit City, a main city. He watched as Silvermoon's Bygone Dust Guild developed and became a tyrant. Although they got rid of the Bygone Dust Guild, in a place like Moonlit City, when one Bygone Dust Guild fell, a new Bygone Dust Guild rose up. Cloud Twilight and his 10-guild alliance were seen as the new Bygone Dust Guild. Cloud Twilight was now like Silvermoon in the past. There were a bunch of people in the city plotting how to deal with him every day. According to the statistics of a fellow in the guild who loved to play with statistics, ever since the 10-guild alliance became the public enemy of the entire city, Cloud Twilight was ambushed an average of 17 times a day. Now, Arrogant Emperor and Weed were just like Cloud Twilight in the past. They brought a group of people who were far smaller than Cloud Twilight's 10 Guild Alliance and fought with them every day. Cloud Twilight saw that these two fellows resembled his demeanor from back in the day, which was why he hadn't hardened his heart to start a war with these two guilds. However, now that he heard that these two fellows were actually members of the workshop, he couldn't help but be more careful. Especially when the other party was a big gaming studio like Inga. This kind of background was incomparable to any RMB player. No matter how much RMB players were willing to spend, this was just an entertainment project after all. How could they put their entire fortune into it? A gaming studio was different. This was basically their entire fortune. Regardless of whether it was to protect or fight for benefits, these guys would put their lives on the line. Although Inga's gaming studio was a big gaming studio, they didn't have more official employees than a guild. Moreover, the strictness of both parties was on a completely different level. A guild was at most an entertainment salon. If people weren't happy, they could just leave. A gaming studio was a job. Especially since Inga was so formal, they had all sorts of insurance money. How could they just leave like that? Coincidentally, there was also a penalty for breach of contract. And these were official employees. In the gaming studio system, a considerable number of members were part-time players. They weren't strictly under the establishment of the gaming studio, but they were still considered half members of the gaming studio. If these people were included, then the gaming studio would be very large. In a parallel world like this, it was impossible to estimate how many people there were in Fancy Workshop. Therefore, when he thought about his opponent's background, Yun Zhongmu couldn't help but feel a little guilty. As soon as he thought of this, Yun Zhongmu couldn't even concentrate on his leveling. He couldn't help but move closer to Gu Fei and ask, "Thousand Miles, have you been busy lately?" "What do you mean?" Gu Fei was watching the two leveling up. After chatting with him for a bit, Cloud Morning went to fight monsters. In the end, it hadn't even been 2 minutes. How did this monster come back to him? Isn't the main city battle coming up? When the time comes, if you have time, how about you come over and help me out? Just like last time, we can fight shoulder to shoulder. Cloud Twilight said. He didn't mention anything about money. He had already done business with Gu Fei, and he could tell that Gu Fei wasn't a person who cared about money. If he really wanted to buy a mercenary group, it would be meaningless, so he chose to play the emotional card. There's been a lot going on lately. I'm going to Shady Forest City in a bit, and there's also the matter with Fancy Workshop. Even though it's mainly handled by 100 Live Scripture, I still have to go and take a look. I've been busy. Gu Fei said. Then there's something else. You have to take care of your brother. Cloud Twilight said. What is it? Gu Fei asked. You just said that Proud Emperor and Weeds are from Fancy Workshop. I've been dealing with them for a while, but I actually just found out. The guilds they lead have always been our 10 Guild Alliance's competitors in Moonlit Night City. This time's main city battle will probably be the same. I didn't think that these two guys would be from a workshop. Brother, you've been working with them recently. If the main city battle starts, they won't ask for your help, right? Cloud Twilight said worriedly. Gu Fei was startled. I didn't hear them say anything about this. I've been hearing a lot about the main city battle. What are they fighting for? They haven't announced how they're going to fight, right? That's why I've always been unsure. Cloud Twilight said. Old Cloud, I feel like you've changed. Gu Fei suddenly said. What? Cloud Twilight was startled. Even though we're not very familiar with each other and have only interacted a few times, the impression you give me is that this isn't something you'd do. I remember when we were doing a mission and passing by Moonlit Night City, we were being chased by you guys. At that time, I helped her, and you even said that you wanted to PK me. Why does it seem like you've become less courageous after I've finished this mission? What you're saying is that even if I can't help you guys, I shouldn't help Proud Emperor and Weeds, right? Look, this isn't your style. Gu Fei said. Cloud Twilight listened to Gu Fei's words and was fiercely startled. He didn't think that even Qianli would be able to see through it. Ever since he led the 10 Guild Alliance and began to feel proud of himself, he gradually discovered that he was simply a housekeeper for over 4,000 people. In the past, he was just a group of close brothers. If there were any problems, everyone would discuss it together and solve it with laughter and anger. But now, over 4,000 people were all here to play the game. Rookies who had just come out of the mountains might have a bit of respect for their guild leader, but the 10 Guild Alliance was second to none in Moonlit Night City. How could they recruit rookies? Those who came in were basically all high-leveled players. Which one of them would pay attention to some lousy guild leader? There were more than 4,000 people, and there were more than 4,000 ideas. It was impossible for 4,000 people to discuss something at the same time. Every time the core members of the guild came up with a solution, there would be many different voices. It was incredibly annoying. Cloud Twilight served such a large group of people all day. Didn't he have to carefully think about it? Even then, there were still people who often had emotions. The sneak attack from before was one of them. Moreover, she made quite a big fuss. In the end, she directly pulled a group of good brothers out of the guild. The impact was extremely bad. Now, even Qianli could see that he was no longer bold when he was drunk. Cloud Twilight felt bitter in his heart. He also wanted to deal with Zhu Xian and his brothers just like he did in the past. Whoever disobeyed him would go up and scold them with, "Damn you." However, this huge mess was no longer as harmonious and loving as it used to be. There were more than 4,000 people, and Yun Zhongmu couldn't even recognize them all. To say, "damn you," to an unfamiliar face, that wasn't the way to be heroic. This was like a group of bandits who had a set of ways to deal with bandits. However, this group of bandits later occupied a mountain and became kings. Then, they revolted and directly conquered the country and entered the imperial court. Naturally, the imperial court had its own rules. How could they be like the king of the mountain? Cloud Twilight's current predicament was the same. After being pointed out mercilessly by Gu Fei, Cloud Twilight didn't know how to explain himself. At this moment, he really wanted to shout at the sky, "Damn you! AI, it's not easy to manage a bunch of people, right?" Gu Fei suddenly sighed. Cloud Twilight didn't think that Gu Fei would actually understand. In that instant, he was so touched that tears almost flowed out. He shook his head and sighed, "Don't worry, I'm just working with them and helping Lifetime Classic Jian Nanyu and the others earn some living expenses. I don't like those guys from the studio, so I won't help them." Gu Fei said. "Then I'll thank you in advance." Cloud Twilight said. "You're welcome. I finally understand why Boss Sword Phantom didn't want to play with guilds this time. Sigh, this game is too big. Guilds are completely different from before. Right now, there are already more than 1,000 players in a level 6 guild. It's too tiring to gather them all together," Cloud Twilight lamented. "Then let's disband. We'll just make a guild with 50 people and it'll be over." Gu Fei said it easily. AI. Cloud Twilight could only sigh. If the scale was so big, it would be troublesome. If the scale wasn't as big, it wouldn't be enough. What to do? He could only continue to suffer and be happy. Meanwhile, Gu Fei, an encyclopedic strategist, gave guidance to the two players who were leveling up. They explained the difficulties, key points, and doubtful points clearly. Cloud Twilight had just understood Gu Fei's situation, so he didn't care about his own guild anymore. He started thinking for Gu Fei's sake. He scolded the two players who were leveling together, "Ask. All you know how to do is ask. You're all grown up already. If you can't figure out how to fight a monster with just 2 people for a few hours, use your brains. Brother Qianli has something to do later. Don't waste his time." The group of apprentices who were leveling together were also very depressed. They said to Gu Fei with a sullen face, Brother Qianli, we've barely grasped this method, but it'll take a while for us to get used to it. You want us to be masters and then teach others? We can't do that. Then call more people over. I'll teach a few more groups. When the time comes, you guys can compare and study with each other. You might be able to grasp it faster. Then, 1 to 10, 10 to 100. You want us to teach all of you? Do you want us to die from exhaustion? Gu Fei said. I'll call people over right now. Cloud Twilight didn't hesitate. He immediately made an emergency summon. The players who didn't have agility and had to rely on leveling together came over in an instant. Gu Fei sent a message to Water Depth, telling him that he still had work to do on his side. What's the rush? It's still early. Water Depth was very calm. Gu Fei looked at the time. Yes, it was only 10 o'clock. For these players, the day had just begun. It was still very early. The new apprentices who were learning the leveling method complained incessantly. The first batch of apprentices could finally hold their heads high. They laughed at the new batch of apprentices and pointed at them from the side. They were even more of a master than Gu Fei. It wasn't easy to teach another batch of graduates. Gu Fei was ready to leave. Sword Demon and the others didn't want to just stay in Silent Night Valley. They all prepared to open a path with Gu Fei. Cloud Twilight sent them off. He pulled Sword Demon and the others to talk about the city war and invited them to join. It wasn't until Yutian Shinming and Han family young master said that they had guilds that Gu Fei slapped his forehead and remembered that he had a guild too. Although Reborn Amethyst was young, with Slender Waist Dance's unwillingness to be left out, how could she not participate in a big cake like the city war? After leaving Silent Night Valley, Gu Fei took a teleportation scroll and prepared to fly to Forest Shade City. In the end, Child Elite Group and Jian Nan's group of 7 surrounded him. Sword Demon and the others wanted Gu Fei to develop a leveling method that allowed them to skip 10 levels. Jian Nan's side wanted to understand more about the leveling method's restrictions so that they could better cooperate with Ying Qi's market survey. Forest Shade City. Let's all go to Forest Shade City. Let's talk on the way. Gu Fei felt a headache coming on. Why was he getting busier and busier as he played? These people were now rich and overbearing. They finally had the boldness of Slender Waist Dance. They all grabbed their teleportation scrolls and prepared to fly straight. This flight caused an accident. The scroll that Deepwater gave to Gu Fei had the coordinates. These guys took the scroll and copied the coordinates onto the scroll. However, when they used it, the few people on Gu Fei's scroll arrived at Forest Shade City. The others all crashed in Moonlit Night City, and they all crashed in the same place. The coordinates were wrong. Everyone was confused. But even if it was wrong, it couldn't be so uniform. Other than Gu Fei, they all crashed in one place in Moonlit Night City. Of course, these people didn't know the coordinates of the game map that Yi Xiaowu mentioned. They could only suspect that the teleportation scroll couldn't be used that way. So, they followed the rules and bought the scroll, sent it to Gu Fei, recorded the coordinates, sent it back, and flew. This time, nothing went wrong. They all arrived at Forest Shade City. When Deepwater heard the news, he had already come to pick them up. He didn't talk nonsense and directly led everyone into the big forest over there. When they entered, they saw that Deepwater had already figured out the location. He wasn't greedy and didn't go to the entire level 50 training area like Twilight and Cloud. Gu Fei let out a sigh of relief. This way, they wouldn't have to waste their time leveling method. I'll say it again. You guys are mostly archers. Apart from light priests, archers have the worst leveling efficiency. If you have better equipment, you might not even be worth learning. Gu Fei said. Hee hee. Deepwater smiled slyly. Actually, I didn't invite you here to learn some leveling efficiency method. Then what do you want? Gu Fei was puzzled. You're the #1 player in the PK world. Teach me some PK techniques. How beneficial would that be? Deepwater said. PK techniques? That's Kung Fu. Gu Fei cried. Kung Fu is Kung Fu. Teach me. Deepwater said. Gu Fei shook his head like a rattle drum. That won't do. There are strict requirements for us to teach Kung Fu. Let's not talk about the fact that I don't have the qualifications to teach disciples. Even if I did, I would have to strictly select the disciples. How could I get a bunch of people to learn just because they want to? Look at you. It's not like we want to learn from the system. If we really did that, what would we learn? You've been training for quite a few years, right? What I'm saying is that you should teach us your experience and let everyone's PK level increase in a short amount of time. Do you think that's possible? Deepwater said. Impossible. Gu Fei replied bluntly. If it's going to increase in a short amount of time, then wouldn't my 20 years of training have been for nothing? Even though the game doesn't have to train the body, there's no way that a few theory classes every 2 or 3 days will be effective. How could it be so cheap? Then how long would it take for it to be effective? Deepwater asked. That depends on the individual's aptitude. For the outstanding ones, I think it would take at least a month or so. What do you think, 100 eras? Gu Fei said. 100 eras. Jingren shook his head and said, you're not talking about outstanding, you're talking about geniuses. I have experience in this area. An ordinary person would need at least 3 months. You don't actually need to talk about the body. If it's training the body, it'll take even more time and effort. 100 eras. Jingren was currently teaching in a bodyguard school, and he really did teach in this area. He was very experienced and spoke with confidence. Gu Fei immediately thought of his group of students. Even though they weren't much in his eyes, they were a cinch when it came to dealing with ordinary players. He then asked, how long have you been teaching those students? Them? They just graduated, exactly 3 years. 100 eras. Jingren said. Did you hear that? Gu Fei said to Deepwater. His 100 battle mercenary group only has superficial knowledge. It won't be a problem for them to deal with ordinary people. 3 years. I don't think it's superficial. You can't look at them with your superior eyes. They focus on practical results and don't grasp much theory. You should understand this. 100 eras. Jingren said with a slightly awkward expression. Sure enough, Gu Fei understood as soon as he heard it. Although such a large-scale teaching was forced by life, it still went against the principles of martial arts practitioners. That was why 100 eras. Jingren didn't teach too deeply when he was teaching. Sigh. Gu Fei shook his head and sighed. 3 years. Damn, can 3 weeks do it? Deepwater originally thought that his idea was exquisite, but after hearing Gu Fei and 100 eras. Jingren's words, he realized that he thought too simply of it. 3 weeks might not be impossible, 100 eras. Jingren suddenly said. Everyone looked at him, and even Gu Fei was a little puzzled. 100 eras. Jingren looked at everyone and said, because you won't get tired in the game. 100 eras. Jingren was indeed a master with teaching experience. In reality, apart from techniques, there was also physical training, which consumed a lot of energy. The daily class schedule wasn't so random, but a scientific and systematic way of distributing physical energy. At the very least, it was to ensure that after a day of exhaustion, one would immediately be refreshed after a night's sleep. Of course, it was impossible to practice for 1 day and sleep for 3 days. But in the game, there was no such problem. First of all, there was no need for physical training, and second, there was no need for rest at all. If one really wanted to, they could practice for 10 hours a day, which was absolutely impossible in reality. With 100 eras. Jingren's analysis, everyone was excited. Not only Deepwater, but Sword Demon and Yutian Shinming also wanted to learn a thing or two. During the trip to Sunset City, they had seen the skills of the ordinary players from the 100 Battles mercenary group, and they were definitely stronger than the average player. Is this appropriate? Gu Fei still felt a little nervous. At that time, a bunch of people in Sunset City wanted to learn from him, but he escaped without a trace. It's nothing, right? It's just a superficial combat technique. Are you afraid that you'll be invincible after learning it? Then all these years of learning would be for nothing. I haven't even conquered the world yet. After all, 100 Eras Jingren had already taken the first step. On this matter, it was Gu Fei who was more rigid. Deepwater saw that Gu Fei was still hesitating, but 100 Eras Jingren had no objections. He immediately worshipped 100 Eras Jingren like a master. As for Gu Fei, if he didn't want to teach him, then he could just stay where he was. Chapter 657. The players of Depth of Water already knew that the guild leader had invited someone back to teach them some PvP stuff. Why did they say, again? Because not long ago, Broken Arrow had joined the guild and taught everyone a lot of things about jungle warfare. It was obvious that this wasn't something that ordinary military enthusiasts could know, because the actual combat value was too great. However, Broken Arrow had left the guild, and the guild still hadn't fully figured out the reason. Those who had added Broken Arrow as a friend wanted to ask, but found that he had already rejected their messages and wasn't contacting them at all. This matter passed silently, but this time, Depth of Water had invited another teacher. Qianli was drunk. This time, it was a famous person. Everyone knew that this person had some entanglements with their guild. It seemed that the relationship between the guild leader and this person was quite good. Everyone was quite excited. Who would have thought that now that he was in front of them, the teacher would become 100 Generation Scholar? There were many legends about 100 Generation Scholar in Shady Forest City. Shady Forest City and Sunset City were close neighbors of Waterside City, and Waterside City's beach and wine fields were famous tourist attractions. Although Sunset City was also close to this large body of water, it was too far from the main city, unlike Waterside City. Secondly, it wasn't a beach, but a muddy pond. Players with beautiful equipment weren't willing to fight monsters on the shore for fear of dirtying their boots. So, Waterside City's beach culture was currently unique. With this point of convergence, the culture of Shady Forest City and Sunset City also had an intersection. Sunset City learned from the Shady Tree City's drinkers that their main city was a village in the dense forest. In the village, there were some lurkers who hunted for a living. The villagers of Shady Tree City also knew that there was a group of martial artists in Sunset City. They were all ruthless people who could fight 3 to 5 people. Especially their leader, 100 Lives Scholar, was even more incredible. Some said that one person could fight 20 people, and some said that one person could fight 200 people. In any case, they were awesome. So, although they were all 5 strong men, their fame in different areas was different. The Book of the 100 Eras of Wisdom was really famous in the surrounding main cities. With this call from Depth of Water, the branches and leaves in the forest shook. Many heads popped out from behind the trees and under the grass. They were still wearing the camouflage that Broken Arrow taught them to wear. Even if she didn't wear it, she couldn't bear to. Although these custom-made clothes did not have any attributes, they were not cheaper than equipment. In the words of an advertisement, they were purely handmade, without any system assistance. Come, let's get to know each other. This is Teacher Aeon of Wisdom, Deepwater introduced. His Extreme Frost was also a level 6 guild with 1,000 or so players. Even though not all of them were online, there were still a few hundred players online. Even though some of them weren't in this area, how could they not rush over after hearing the news? The forest became more and more lively, surrounding Gu Fei and the others in the middle. There are too many people. How are we going to teach them? 100 Eras Classics was sweating a little. What he was teaching this time wasn't the same as the efficiency leveling method. It wasn't that easy to learn it and then teach it to the next person. This was something even more complicated than the leveling method. Deepwater also realized that this was a problem. After communicating with everyone in the guild, they finally decided to give 50 people to the Church of the 100 Generations of Scripture to train up a special force. 50 people. That's fine. 100 Eras Classics let out a long sigh. When he was teaching normally, there were exactly 50 people in a class. As for the candidates, it was up to Deepwater and the others to choose. This guy spoke in the chat as he walked through the crowd. Some of the Extreme Frost players who came out to watch had already started to leave. Clearly, they weren't prepared to learn. In the end, Deepwater brought 50 people over and also gave 100 Eras Classics a bag of money. 200 gold per person. Here's 10,000 gold. How's that? Brother, you didn't lose outright? This is even more valuable than your efficiency leveling method. Deepwater said. Bluff, keep bluffing. Gu Fei said. Was this the same thing? The efficiency leveling method would take at most an hour. What about this? 3 weeks. Moreover, they had to make full use of their time online. Deepwater hurriedly laughed. Sir, please be merciful. We've been spending money on clothing and camouflage recently. We don't have much money on hand. Didn't you see half of them leave when we asked for tuition? Whatever. Gu Fei was too lazy to care. Even 100 Eras Classics didn't have any objections. Why would he care so much? And so, 100 Eras Classics led his 50 new disciples to the depths of the forest to find a place to teach. Deepwater and Lu Ke chatted with the experts for a bit before hurriedly following. Of course, the two of them wanted to learn as well. Moreover, it was a guild leader outside of the 50-people organization. It was a rare opportunity to use their power for personal gain, so they had to make good use of it. The remaining experts stared at each other. They followed Gu Fei 100 Eras Classics around. Actually, there wasn't much for them to do. Seeing that there weren't any outsiders left, the group of people finally erupted and started to find things for Gu Fei to do. They all asked him to tailor-make efficiency leveling methods for them. Okay. Make. Gu Fei said. What do you want to practice? The group of people had already thought about it. They all reported their monster names. They were all level 50. Gu Fei looked at the ones without agility and said, why are you guys messing around? If you don't have agility, then you need a duo leveling method. It's not like I can teach it by myself. Go back to Silent Night Valley to play. Those without agility had more or less mastered the Moonlit Night City's Silent Night Valley's leveling method, but mastering it was one thing, and practicing it was another. At that time, Gu Fei had mainly taught 2 combinations, the warrior and mage style, and the knight and priest style. Later, after Cloud Twilight had called in a few more people, Gu Fei had added a pair of pugilist styles. When these 3 combinations were combined, the problem immediately appeared. Among the 3 combinations, there were no shadow priests, no pugilists, and only one mage, Flaming Cloak. This meant that they could only put together a warrior-mage style. Players like Dao Xiangmu and Lin Mu could play as mages and priests. They could practice, but if they really wanted to level up, how would they be efficient? Leveling efficiency had nothing to do with light priests. They were fine, but unscathed in battle, Brother Yu, and unrivaled Lucky Star were at a loss. They persistently wanted Gu Fei to invent a warrior, paladin, or even a duo style for them. Gu Fei confidently spread his hands, I'm alone. I can't even teach them, and you want me to invent them? Forget it, go find a place to play. The few of them could only helplessly retreat. The remaining 4 were Sword Demon, Blackwater, Yutian Shinming, and Glue. They were all from the Agility clan. After listening to them introduce the monsters they wanted to kill, Gu Fei's face darkened. 4 people, 4 types of monsters, 2 from Main City, 2 from Cloud City, and 2 from Waterside City. They were in 4 different regions. Are you guys going to let us live? Gu Fei was furious. Let us live, let us live. The 4 hurriedly said, why don't we split up and go to the leveling area, take the scrolls as coordinates, and then send them to Qianli. This way, we won't waste his time. We can just fly to one area at a time. Brother Yu was jealous, don't go too far. Teleportation scrolls aren't that common yet. If you guys really use them like train tickets, I think it won't be long before you guys run out of scrolls. Of course not. The four's faces were glowing. They were waiting for Gu Fei to nod his head. Gu Fei helplessly waved his hand. Go, go, go. Let me be alone for a while. Then are you going to the leveling area? The four still wanted to know a definite answer. Tomorrow. Today you guys make the coordinates and send me the scrolls. Tomorrow I'll call you guys when I go online. One by one. Gu Fei said. Okay. The four couldn't ask for too much and quickly dispersed. Gu Fei stood alone in the forest. He felt like his gaming life was suddenly so full that it made him want to vomit. Gu Fei didn't have the mood to continue playing. He left the forest and went offline. After resting for a night, he logged on the next day. For Smart was already waiting for him. When she saw Gu Fei come online, she immediately greeted him. Cough, the scrolls are in your mailbox. Take them and fly straight away. I'll be by your side. Gu Fei sighed and went out of the resurrection point. He went to the mailbox at the city gate. For teleportation scrolls were obediently waiting inside. Gu Fei took them out and put them in his pocket. He first took a waterside city scroll and flew. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Glue was respectfully beside him. Sigh, I already said that archers are the hardest to perform. Why are you guys so stubborn? Gu Fei shook his head. Glue didn't explain and rolled up his sleeves. I'll go lure monsters for you. What weapon do you use? Gu Fei asked. Dagger. Glue said. The dagger system was more related to agility. Archers didn't have the thief's dagger mastery, and the dagger coefficient that came with the profession. Although they were a profession with high agility, they couldn't fully activate the coefficient of an advanced dagger. But at least it was better than using other weapons. Alright. Go lure monsters. Gu Fei took out a dagger. After teaching Glue for more than an hour, Gu Fei flew straight to the next island. This time, it was Blackwater. He was killing monsters. When he saw Gu Fei, he hurriedly greeted him. Look, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I didn't even come to pick you up. Don't talk nonsense. Let's start. Gu Fei didn't even change his weapon. He directly picked up his sword. Another hour passed. In total, it had already been 3 hours. Gu Fei finished teaching 2 people. Then he contacted Sword Demon and Yutian Shinming. After asking for their coordinates, Gu Fei first went to Yutian Shinming. Yutian Shinming's equipment was still a grade higher than Glue's. He also had a higher level. He didn't have the problem of losing his sense of direction in a small area. His learning speed was a bit faster than Glue and Blackwater. In addition, Gu Fei was also more familiar with Cloud City. The monster he chose happened to be bullied by Gu Fei before. It was over in an hour. Okay, you practice. I'm going to Sword Demon. Gu Fei called out to Yutian Shinming and threw out the last scroll. There was a reason why Gu Fei put Sword Demon last. Of course, it wasn't to bully Sword Demon because he was honest and wouldn't have any opinions. It was because Sword Demon was undoubtedly the one with the best character, but also the one with the worst luck. He lost equipment and lost levels. He encountered all the bad things that could happen in the game. Although he found the equipment he lost, he didn't know how much effort it would take for him to make up for the lost levels. Learning an efficient leveling method to increase his leveling speed wasn't a permanent solution. Gu Fei decided to strictly teach Sword Demon and help this guy improve his PK level. Gu Fei had long since noticed that Sword Spectre's skill level had already reached its limit based on the player's unorthodox PvP playstyle. If he wanted to improve further, he would have to upgrade his equipment in-game, or master new skills and new playstyles. If he wanted to improve his technique, he would need to improve his combat knowledge. Therefore, Gu Fei put Sword Demon last so that he could spend all his time on this guy. Gu Fei was fully prepared this time. Not only did his own people arrive, but he also saw that coward savior was online. After asking where he was, he sent him a message to call him over to help. After the scroll was sent over, Gu Fei saw that the sword ghoul was fighting monsters, and the coward savior was already nearby. He was looking around with shifty eyes, causing the sword ghoul to be wary of him. When Gu Fei appeared, he was the first to see him. He called out, "Master," and greeted him. Sword Demon heard the voice and turned around. When he saw it was Gu Fei, he was at a loss. "Don't call me master." Gu Fei used the same question to vent his anger. The coward's savior quickly shrank to the side. Gu Fei introduced him to the sword ghoul. "Well, the coward's savior, you haven't seen him before, right?" "Oh. I know." Sword Demon laughed. Although he hadn't seen this person before, he knew him. When Gu Fei first ran away from Moonlit Night City, he sent him a letter. It was this person who sent him a letter. Coward Savior received some serious guidance from Gu Fei. In addition, he was very obsessed with Kung Fu. His current level wasn't low. Ordinary people weren't his opponent at all. His level wasn't low either. He had broken through 40 and changed his profession to a fist mage. His fists whistled in the wind. "Well, Sword Demon. In my opinion, your PK skills have reached a certain bottleneck. What do you think?" Since it was in front of him, Gu Fei had to explain. Sword Demon was startled and quickly nodded. "If you continue like this, you won't be able to improve anymore. You have to really master this area of knowledge. There are also some wrong habits that need to be corrected," Gu Fei said. Although he didn't say it clearly, how could Sword Demon not understand the meaning behind Gu Fei's words? He wanted to give him some pointers. Many people had made this request to Gu Fei, but he had never agreed. Sword Demon was a kind person. He felt that Gu Fei had difficulties, so although he was quite interested in it, he never mentioned it. However, when he saw 100 Lives of Classics giving pointers to Deepwater, he felt a little itchy in his heart. He almost went to learn without any connections. But later, he felt that he was still an outsider of the guild, so he couldn't say it. But now, Gu Fei actually took the initiative to have this intention. This really surprised him. Come. I'll give you a systematic explanation first. Coward, let's do a demonstration. Cooperate. Gu Fei said. Don't call me coward. I'm Coward Savior. Coward Savior was very dissatisfied. Gu Fei was good at everything, but this was the point. He never called him by his full name. It was too depressing. Chapter 658. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to start. Instead, he asked the Sword Demon, "You've seen me fight monsters many times. Have you noticed the biggest difference between me and you guys?" The Sword Demon thought for a moment. "You've dodged all the attacks from the basic monsters." Gu Fei nodded. "That's right. I hope you'll pay attention to this point first. Of course, I knew that most of the time, you didn't dodge because you calculated that the damage of that attack wouldn't affect you much. Instead, you fought with your opponent for the rest of the attack, which was more efficient and advantageous. By dodging, not only did you avoid the damage, you also avoided a great opportunity to counterattack your opponent. But from a real fighting point of view, this kind of fighting style is a tactic that will only be used when you have no other choice. But because you're playing a game, you have to replenish and recover, so you're very used to this kind of fighting style. If you really want to improve yourself, first of all, you have to say no to this kind of fighting style. Every time you fight, whether it's a person or a monster, you have to try your best to avoid taking damage. Of course, this isn't so easy to do, but the important thing is to pay attention to it from the concept and try to do this as much as possible. Understand what I mean? Understood. The Sword Demon nodded. Okay, you take this idea with you and fight a monster first. Gu Fei said. The sword demon nodded and went up to kill the monster. He kept chanting, "Dodge, dodge, dodge," in his heart. With this focus, he forgot to attack and just stared at the monster's attack, hoping to dodge every attack. Even so, the sword demon couldn't dodge all the attacks from the level 50 monster. He was almost killed by the monster before he suddenly realized that he was focused on dodging and hadn't attacked at all. Glancing at Gu Fei, he couldn't tell whether his expression was happy or worried. The sword demon continued to run around while looking for opportunities to stab. However, there were many times when he had the urge to attack instead of dodging when the monster slapped him. As expected of someone with a strong willpower, the sword ghost managed to restrain this habit that he had developed over the years. In the end, he didn't manage to attack, but he didn't manage to dodge the slap either. With this new rule, the sword ghost felt his hands and feet bound. The opportunities he found to attack after circling around were disproportionate to the damage he received from the monsterling's attacks. With such a slow depletion, it was clear that the sword ghost could not outlast these level 50 monsterlings, which he could deal with under normal circumstances. The result was predictable, but the sword demon didn't change his original intention. He continued to grit his teeth and strictly followed Gu Fei's instructions. Gu Fei, who had been watching silently all this while, suddenly made his move. In just a few moves, he killed the monster that had also lost most of its HP to the sword ghost. The sword demon let out a long breath and slowly ate bread to recover his HP while waiting for Gu Fei's lecture. Gu Fei was actually very pleased. He patted the sword demon and said, "That's great. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to control your body even if you wanted to change your mind after so many years. I didn't expect you to be able to restrain yourself so cleanly. You're too strong. This is nothing." The sword demon didn't think much of it. Gu Fei smiled. People who could do it, of course, wouldn't think that what they were doing was difficult. Only those who couldn't do it would understand the difficulty. "But if I fight like this, I can't beat this monster," said the sword demon. Gu Fei nodded and said, "It will definitely be like this at the beginning. Do you know why? Because although your original playstyle isn't very desirable, at least it's a set of playstyle that has a balance between offense and defense. But now that you're asked to strengthen your dodging, you're too focused, and your offense and defense are out of balance, causing the monsters that you can deal with to become not so easy to deal with. What you have to do next is to fight with this concept and rebalance your offense and defense. There are a lot of things to pay attention to. First of all, the most difficult thing for you to do now is how to attack while dodging. Actually, think about it. I usually fight monsters or PK. I will definitely dodge the opponent's attack, but have I ever been like you? Because of dodging, I can't find a chance to attack. Dodging can't be dodging for the sake of dodging. Sometimes it will be the foreshadowing of the next attack. Sometimes it will even be a part of the attack. You're still too early to enter this stage. What you have to pay attention to now is to find a way to attack as much as possible while dodging. Even let your dodging match the attack you're about to use. Well, look at how I do it. Gu Fei said as he also took out a dagger and drew a small monster to attack. Dodging, attacking, dodging, attacking. Gu Fei seemed to be doing these things, but the sword demon didn't have Gu Fei's skills. Even if he saw it, he couldn't do it in a short time. After watching for a while, the sword demon suddenly felt more and more familiar. The coward's savior had come to the side of the sword demon and said to him, "Can you see it? In the process of fighting monsters, there are many times that the situation is exactly the same as before. The difference is that in those situations, you just simply dodged, but he found a chance to attack in the process of dodging. I think this is probably what he wants you to notice. Thank you." After listening to the coward's reminder, the sword demon really understood a lot, especially in the process of fighting with the small monsters before. At this time, when the process of Gu Fei fighting with the small monsters reappeared, he clearly saw how Gu Fei counterattacked while dodging. The sword demon suddenly had the urge to try again. After the small monsters were killed by Gu Fei, the sword demon jumped out eagerly, let me try again. Do you understand a little? Gu Fei smiled. N. The sword demon nodded. Luring the monster, killing. As a result, it was two different things from watching. Although he had repeatedly weighed the use of Gu Fei's counterattack in several places before, when fighting with the monster, the most thought in the sword demon's mind was, oh, I should have done this and that with that blow just now. In the end, it was Gu Fei who dealt with the small monsters again. The sword demon was aggrieved this time. He felt like he was watching many opportunities floating in front of him, but he couldn't grasp any of them. As a result, Gu Fei was very happy. Very good, very good. As expected, once you understand this principle, your progress is very fast. Don't worry, I know that you have a force in your heart but can't use it. This is normal. Although you already have this thought and this consciousness, after all, sometimes it still appears a little slow. In addition, your body can't keep up with this consciousness. There's no need to rush. Take your time. This kind of improvement that I told you about is definitely not something that can be achieved overnight. If you can reach my level with a few words of advice, then our skills are too worthless. This is a gradual improvement process. You may not even be aware of the progress. As long as one day you reach a certain level and suddenly look back, you will definitely find that you have made amazing progress. Yes. The sword demon nodded. Okay, this time, coward, you go and fight. Take off all your equipment and fight a little slower. Do you know how to use a dagger? Gu Fei asked. Ah, no. The coward's savior was only an amateur after all. It was already not bad to be familiar with a few routines. It was impossible for a non-professional to be proficient in all kinds of martial arts. Then use your fist. Anyway, the principle is the same. Gu Fei said. Okay. The coward's savior accepted the order and began to fight the monsters. At this time, Gu Fei began to explain the coward's routines to the sword demon in detail. The sword demon listened attentively. At this time, he had long forgotten about the efficiency leveling method. The efficiency leveling method was only a means to level up. The purpose of leveling up was only to become stronger and defeat others. Fighting monsters was never a player's ultimate goal. If he could learn actual combat skills from Gu Fei, he could still achieve this goal. Gu Fei began his one-on-one devil training with the sword demon. In other places, there were also people who were busy. The 100 Years strategist treated the students of Extreme Frost as if they were students from his bodyguard school. From time to time, there would be shouts of, ha ha, coming from the dense forest of Shady City, which made people's hearts jump. The others found their own places to level up. The last group of people all went to Moonlit Night City's Silent Night Valley. Southern Azure Sword and Flaming Cloak were partners who came here to level up. Brother Yuan and Scathed in Battle couldn't find partners, so they had the idea of joining the 10 Guilds Alliance. Cloud Twilight, of course, would still give them this convenience. He chose the corresponding classes for them to work with. However, the Shameless and Scathed in Battle actually asked Cloud Twilight if he could find him a beautiful woman to play with. No matter how much face Cloud Twilight gave, he didn't dare to agree to this request. There were already very few girls in his guild, and if he were to share the meat with the wolves outside, the wolves in his guild would definitely revolt. In the end, Cloud Twilight could only laugh and tell Unscathed in Battle that all the girls in his guild were taken. He really couldn't find any leftover girls. Only then did he send Unscathed in Battle away. At the same time, in the studio, Five Nights was quickly coordinating the work. Since this project involved most of the leveling areas in almost all the main cities in the game, it was impossible to rely on Five Nights' manpower alone. No matter which main city it was, of course, the local population would be the most familiar with the surrounding leveling areas. Therefore, after Five Nights reported the situation of the negotiations to the higher-ups, Inch Studio set up a special market research team. Five Nights personally led the team, and the management of the main cities cooperated fully. They came up with an accurate plan in the shortest amount of time possible. 3 days had passed since 5 nights had finished his work. He then officially notified Gu Fei and 100 Lives Jingluan. Originally, Gu Fei and the others wanted to let Southern Azure Sword handle this matter. However, after some thought, Southern Azure Sword felt that they needed professionals like Gu Fei or 100 Lives Jingluan. After all, they were the ones who had the most say in leveling efficiency. Sometimes, they might need to provide some professional knowledge. As for the candidates, although 100 Lives Jingluan was the one who should go, everyone agreed that it was best to let the smarter Gu Fei handle this matter. Chapter 659. Gu Fei's 3 days of game time were all spent on Sword Demon. He was online every day to supervise Sword Demon, and if he found any problems, he would point them out mercilessly. Of course, Gu Fei's game time did not extend much because of this, but when he was not there, Sword Demon practiced hard by himself. Savior of Cowards was also present every day for 3 days. His main function was to be a human player. When Gu Fei first learned Kung Fu, modern methods were used quite a lot. For example, in a teaching like this, Gu Fei would follow his father to watch and talk in front of a projection screen that was several meters large. After watching, the two of them would go out and dismantle it. The dismantling process would be recorded and analyzed later. There were no such conditions in the game, so Gu Fei could only call Savior of Cowards to be the main protagonist. He always complained that there were no playback, slow motion, replay, pause, and other functions. The Sword Ghost didn't have any amazing comprehension ability in this aspect, but his perseverance and indomitable will didn't lose to anyone. With the tenacity he showed in leveling, no matter what aspect he used it in, it was enough to endure and achieve good results. Although there would not be too much obvious progress in 3 days, Gu Fei was very optimistic about this guy. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the cultivation depends on the individual. A disciple like Sword Demon was definitely the most worry-free for the master. Gu Fei came every day to supervise, but did Sword Demon still need to supervise? Gu Fei was basically there to teach. As long as Sword Demon could remember, he would stuff as much as possible. Anyway, Sword Demon would rely on his tenacity to digest it. Gu Fei also told him, if there's something you don't understand, just ask directly. Don't be reserved. Gu Fei was afraid that this guy would also become tenacious in this area. If there was something he didn't understand, he would be too embarrassed to ask. It would be too much of a waste of time to study alone. The things that Gu Fei had given him over the past 3 days were more than enough for the Sword Ghost to digest. The Sword Ghost had done a good job of getting rid of the bad habits that he needed to get rid of. After that, he would have to rely on himself. Gu Fei left Savior of Cowards to give Sword Demon some pointers from time to time. Although the level of Savior of Cowards was far from that of a professional like Gu Fei, he was still much better than Sword Demon. Moreover, this guy was a Kung Fu enthusiast. Although he couldn't do some things, he knew. This was somewhat like Brother Yu. Under such circumstances, he and Sword Demon could teach each other, which could be said to be an improvement for both. After Gu Fei arranged the special training, he joined the market review team. The workshop's team was led by 5 knights. There was a total of 11 people, and aside from 5 knights, Shifeng did not recognize the other 10. Their levels varied, and their equipment was extremely ordinary. On Gu Fei's side, besides him, there was only Jian Nan Yu and Glue. They didn't need a lot of people. The main thing was that the studio was busy. They just needed to watch from the side. Brother Qianli, come and take a look. These are the reports submitted by our studio's branches in the main cities today, 5 knights said to Gu Fei and the others as soon as they met. There are currently 100 main cities in the game, and each city has around 500,000 players. Currently, players above level 40 were the mainstream, accounting for about 60% of the total number of players. Players between level 30 and 40 made up 30%, and players below level 30, who leveled up relatively quickly, only made up 10% of the total number of players. What we're trying to say is that there's basically no need to develop any efficient leveling methods for players below level 30. We're mainly dealing with players above level 30, especially the level 40 leveling areas. Although the number of leveling areas varies from city to city, the total number of players they can accommodate is roughly the same. Leveling areas between level 30 and 35 can accommodate around 10,000 players at the same time, leveling areas between level 35 and 40 can accommodate around 20,000, and leveling areas between level 40 and 45 can accommodate more than 50,000. From this increasing number, it can be seen that the game officials have a certain amount of foresight regarding the number of players and the distribution of levels. Coupled with the fact that a considerable number of players are diverted away from quests, if the players can split their time reasonably, the leveling areas will be more than enough. Unfortunately, this time is always the same. The leveling areas will always be overcrowded during the peak hours of 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Yes. Gu Fei nodded, then said, "Tell me about the things we're going to do." "Oh, sorry." Five Knights hurriedly said, although the capacity of the leveling areas in each city is basically the same, the number of leveling areas in each main city is not uniform. For example, in Moonlit Night City, there are a total of 9 leveling areas between level 40 and 45. In Waterside City, there are only 7 islands. But in Mengtu City, there are as many as 12 leveling areas at this stage. Five Knights said. Gu Fei nodded, having a lot of leveling areas is a bit more troublesome for us. Five Knights nodded and said, these are the leveling area distribution materials submitted by each main city's branch. You can take a look. Five Knights handed a stack of materials to Gu Fei's group of 3, then continued, based on the current total statistics of the 100 main cities, there are a total of 511 leveling areas between level 40 and 50, 204 leveling areas between level 35 and 40, and 117 leveling areas between level 30 and 35. There are a total of 832 leveling areas, and they are all areas that we can develop, 832. Gu Fei's forehead was already covered in sweat. Five Knights looked at him and continued, now, we need to know the time needed to develop a leveling efficiency method. The difficulty is also different depending on the monster's level. If we use level 45 as an example, it would take about an hour. Gu Fei said. An hour. Five Knights also frowned, if we calculate it like this, then this speed is a bit too slow. If Mr. 100 Generations strategist is alone, according to the normal 8-hour work schedule, then it would take 104 days to develop all of these. More than 3 months, that's a bit too long. Five Knights said. The plan in his heart was to pursue the word fast. Everything had to be fast, and before the officials could react, they had to make money in one go. He didn't dare to accept a 3-month cycle. Once they went on for a month, the officials would stop the leveling efficiency method, and a studio like Eagle wouldn't dare to disobey. Perhaps they wouldn't stop it on the surface, and would make some adjustments in the dark, making their previous month of development go to waste. This was something that Five Knights couldn't bear. In the end, Gu Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head, you've misunderstood the concept. A set doesn't mean all the playstyles in a leveling area. Based on our previous operation, a leveling area provided a total of 9 playstyles. Five Knights was even more surprised, so, developing a leveling area would take almost a day. It's like this. This kind of detailed exploration had only been done once in the White Mills leveling area. Gu Fei and 100 Era's strategist had taught Jian Nan Yu and the others about the exploration. That was how they had spent the day. Yesterday, although the monsters in Silent Night Valley were of high levels, only thieves and archers had agility. It was hard for the players to learn the 2-player version, but for Gu Fei and 100 Era's strategist, it was much easier for them to deal with a single monster than a single player. Both of them weren't slow at all, so yesterday's work was done quickly. It was just that teaching was a little tiring. This time, Five Knights suffered an even heavier blow. He realized that the great plan in his heart was only possible in theory. When it came to practical implementation, time became his biggest enemy. Time. In Five Knights' plan, the thing he was most afraid of was wasting time. Why didn't you say so earlier? Five Nights was about to collapse. He was full of confidence in this plan, and he even boasted about it to his boss. Who would have thought that he would only find out about such a crucial problem now? A leveling area could be completed in a day, and 800. More than 2 years. Five Nights gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Jian Nan suddenly said, "We can avoid the problem of a leveling area for a day." Why? Five Nights felt that an hour for a leveling area was too much. After experiencing a blow that needed a day, the bottom line in his heart was instantly lowered. Jian Nan said leisurely, "Actually, if a leveling area only provides efficient leveling methods for one class at a time, we definitely won't have to worry about the problem of registering players. The reason why we're providing 9 leveling methods in a leveling area is mainly because we're tailor-made. Another reason is that if we're only targeting a single class, we're afraid that players of other classes will maliciously cause trouble." But this time, the situation was different. 800 leveling areas were activated at the same time. We could have 100 leveling areas for mages, 100 for warriors, 100 for thieves, and so on and so forth. The last 100 would be for special needs. Isn't this simpler and more convenient to operate? That's right. Five Nights became spirited when he heard this idea. Why didn't he think of it just now? It seemed that he was too worried. Five Nights patted his head and looked at Jian Nan gratefully. Although this way, he would return to the 1 hour for a leveling area that he initially disliked. After experiencing such ups and downs, 1 hour for a leveling area made him feel incomparably happy. At this time, Gu Fei also added some information. 1 hour for a leveling area is 104 days. You also felt that it was a bit too long just now. But coincidentally, I have something else to tell you. After this, we can reduce the number of leveling areas. Won't the time be shortened? Five Nights was startled after hearing this. The number of leveling areas would be reduced, but it meant that the income would also be greatly reduced. Just as he was thinking about this, Gu Fei continued, "The efficient leveling method isn't without requirements for monsters. Levels and classes aren't actually too important. The most important thing is that the monsters have to be humanoid." Humanoid monsters? Five Nights was startled. That's right. Humanoid monsters don't have to be human. As long as they stand and act like humans, it's fine. For example, werewolves. But those crawling animals, flying birds and insects, and those elemental wandering souls that had no hands or face were definitely out of the question. If you still think there are too many after removing these, you can also remove the humanoid monsters that use spell chanting as an attack method. If that's not enough. It's enough, it's enough. Let me calculate. Five Nights was anxious. It turned out that not all 800 leveling areas could be played, but they still had to be deleted. Furthermore, the requirement for the humanoid monsters was quite harsh. In such a fantastical world, the non-human creatures that Gu Fei had just mentioned were naturally the main characters. In the scenes where they acted as rehearsal-level NPCs, they were more than enough to compete with the humanoid monsters. Five Nights estimated that with Gu Fei's words, half of the leveling areas would be deleted. This meant that half of the income would be lost. Five Nights felt his heart ache just thinking about it. A large pile of information returned to his hands. He distributed it to the 10 people beside him and began to quickly organize it. Naturally, the information on the monsters in the leveling areas was also listed. It was easy to tell whether they were humans or ghosts. But even so, the statistics still took a long time. In the end, everyone reported the numbers to each other and the results came out. Five Nights was very depressed. The parallel world really wasn't a normal human society. After this calculation, the number of humanoid monsters was even less than he had imagined. There were only 331 leveling areas, which was still over 100 away from being half. 331. Five Nights reported the numbers to Gu Fei and the others while calculating in his heart. On the other side, Jiannan directly calculated, 331 leveling areas. According to the 40,000 people we previously leveled at the White Mill, each person will be charged 99 gold coins. That will be 31 billion gold coins. According to the current exchange rate of 100 gold coins to 30 renminbi, it will be around 300 million gold coins. How much is it? 20%. Gu Fei said. Then the bottom line is 60 million. Jiannan nodded and said. No. 5 Knights had already begun to shake his head. When he received the information, he had already roughly estimated the profits. Of course, he had already prepared for it. Although 800 had become 300, the principle was still the same. After 5 Knights shouted, no, he continued, right now, 331 leveling areas are open at the same time. It's completely different from when you only opened one leveling area. We can't use your numbers to calculate here. Then how do you think we should calculate it? Gu Fei asked. There's a problem that I've been emphasizing, and that is the risk. It's mainly from the gaming company. Frankly speaking, I don't think this deal will end well. It's very likely that we'll be stopped by the gaming company right from the start. So, my plan is different from your original actions. This time, we put up the signboard of 331 leveling areas. This influence is too big. We don't have time to wait for 1 or 2 days for players to register. At most, we'll have to start teaching in 1 or 2 hours. This is because we need to race against time with the gaming company. Perhaps the moment we put up the advertisement, they'll already be holding a meeting to discuss how to deal with this matter. We have to get ahead of them as soon as possible and make as much money as possible. That's why there's a lot of flexibility in how much we can earn from this trip. This, combined with the game company's reaction, is something we can't predict. Using your method to get 40,000 people isn't a good idea for us, 5 Knights said. Oh. Then what will you do if the gaming company asks you to stop? Gu Fei asked. That can't be helped. We, Inky, have a partial partnership with the gaming company. If they ask us to stop, we have to comply. 5 Knights said. Then, after they ask us to stop, what should we do for the players who have already paid the money but haven't had time to learn the efficient leveling method? Gu Fei asked. Butterfly Knot, the connecting plot is expected to be completed tomorrow. Next week will be the content of the new generation. Chapter 660. 5 Knights said with a serious expression, this is exactly what I'm worried about. That's why I've been emphasizing the importance of time. We can only teach as many players as possible before the game company stops us. Once we stop, for the sake of our studio's reputation, we'll have to refund the players who have paid but haven't had the time to learn the efficient leveling method. If that's the case. Gu Fei nodded. And, Brother Qianli, do you have any other questions? Nothing else. Gu Fei said. Then let's continue with the estimation of the profit. Brother Qianli, how long do you think it'll take for the game company to see our advertisement and react? 5 Knights said in a negotiating tone. Hehe, if they act quickly and react immediately after seeing the advertisement, what do we do? Gu Fei asked. Then we can only accept this deal. 5 Knights said. Hehe, if that's the case, then the profit might be 0. Wouldn't our 20% commission be equivalent to nothing? Gu Fei said. 5 Knights also laughed, but that's just Brother Qianli's assumption. From our understanding of the game's operating system, the probability of them responding immediately is too small. From seeing the advertisement, to notifying the person in charge, to negotiating, to making a decision, and then to announcing it to the necessary people, this process isn't short. Especially if we choose to do it during the peak hours of the weekend. Although the game is operating normally, the higher-ups are resting at home, so we need more time to contact them. We can make full use of this. Also, we're not going to directly release the news on a public forum like you guys. We'll use our in-game channels to spread the news in the game. This way, the game company will need more time to notice. And there's really a lot of methods. Gu Fei exclaimed. Of course. Five Nights smiled. Actually, dealing with the game company has always been one of our main jobs. I can't say that I completely understand their every move, but I still know a little. Hee hee. Gu Fei laughed. So, you're actually very sure that the game company will definitely stop the efficient leveling method, right? Gu Fei said. Who can be sure about that? It's just that I think there's a possibility, so of course I have to guard against it. Wu Yi said. That's right. We definitely have to be on guard, but that's not what we should be on guard against, Gu Fei said. Brother Qianli, what do you mean? Five Nights was confused. Gu Fei stood up. You asked me and 100 Era's strategist to help you develop an efficient leveling method. This is actually your defense, isn't it? What do you mean? Wu Yi asked. Speaking of which, the studio is really an incredible existence. You're familiar with the game, the players, and the game company. In the game environment, you're probably the only ones who can do this. Even the game company thinks about the players from the big picture. They can't put themselves in everyone's shoes. They use the game's playability and interest to earn money. They're not like you guys, who rack their brains to figure out which settings are profitable business opportunities. Five Nights continued to be confused. Brother Qianli, what are you talking about? It's because you have this understanding in many aspects that you have this plan, isn't it? Gu Fei said. My plan? As long as the efficient leveling method is promoted, it will definitely be stopped. This is what you believe even more. What you have to guard against is not stopping it, but not stopping it. That's why you looked for me and 100 Era's strategist to provide you with the efficient leveling method. If you don't stop it, you'll have real things to teach. Gu Fei said. I don't quite understand Brother Qianli's words. According to what you're saying, can we still do this business without the efficient leveling method? Five Nights said. Of course we can. Advertising and paying a deposit are all things that we've already done successfully. You just have to do it again. But the difference this time is that the scope is too wide. That's why after receiving the deposit and before we can organize the teaching, the game company will come forward and stop this activity. So you don't need to provide the efficient leveling method. Gu Fei looked at Five Nights. Five Nights opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but Gu Fei had already continued. You just said that once you stop it, you'll definitely stop it. Of course, this is necessary. But you also said that you'll refund the tuition fees you've already received. I'm afraid the article is here, right? How is that possible? If you don't believe me, we can write this in the contract and you can supervise us. Five Nights said angrily. Of course this will be written in the contract. As long as there is this, the tuition fees collected in advance will be refunded. In the end, we'll only get the minimum guaranteed commission that we agreed on. This is all the capital of your public relations. What public relations? Of course it's the direction of the players' public opinion after the stoppage incident. You'll direct the players' resentment towards the game company as much as possible. You'll refund the tuition fees collected in advance, but I think it'll only be a small portion. As long as this small portion can create a certain amount of reputation, it'll be fine. I don't know what reasons you'll find, but in short, it'll go into your own pockets. It's easy to find a reason. South Azure Sword suggested to Five Nights. When the time comes, you can publicly announce that you want a refund, but the message must say that because you didn't prepare in advance, there's no file or list of information, so you hope that the players will be self-aware. Then, you can say that many players unconsciously sneak in at this time to cheat 99 gold coins. The number of people you've received for a refund is several times more than what you should have received, so you really can't handle it. How about it? This idea is good, right? Glue listened and nodded. If the players continue to ask for a refund, then there's no other way. We'll grit our teeth and pay it all. But there's only so much money, so we can't give everyone 99. We can only divide and take what we should get. Players, don't blame us. There's no surplus food in the landlord's house. If you want to blame someone, blame these guys who came out to pretend to be you. Yes, yes. If you're generous, you can claim that you've added more money to compensate. Also, you have to say that you've paid Qianli and the 100 Era's statesman's deposits and commissions. This way, the players will see that you've also lost a lot, and they'll sympathize with you, so they won't make a fuss anymore. Plus, you'll deliberately guide the players, so you won't get scolded in the end. If you're lucky, you'll even have a good reputation in some people's hearts, South Azure Sword said. You too. Gu Fei shook his head. You've already said everything. What are you asking Brother Five Nights to say? Five Nights' expression didn't change at this time. He said with a smile, you guys really like to joke. What are you talking about? There's no such thing. But now we're seriously suspicious. What should we do? Gu Fei looked at him. Five Nights frowned and said, you guys have to use these groundless rumors to doubt me. What can I do? Do you have any proof that you think so? We don't need proof. Gu Fei said, once we suspect you, we can't do business. You, on the other hand, should provide some evidence to prove that you didn't have such a plan. You're deliberately making things difficult for us, Five Nights said angrily. Gu Fei looked at South Azure Sword and Glue. Do you think he's really angry now or is he pretending? He's pretending. There's an idiom, what's it called? Glue said as he looked at South Azure Sword. Is he pretending? South Azure Sword said. Something like that. It's fine as long as you get the idea, Glue said. You. Five Nights slammed the table and stood up angrily. Don't slam the table, Gu Fei said. Although you have more people, it's not good. This is their own table, South Azure Sword reminded. Gu Fei thought about it and agreed. The place they were meeting today wasn't a tavern or a barbecue restaurant. It was Inch Studio's official office in the main city. It was their own table. Slap it however you like. But let me tell you, slamming the table doesn't count as evidence. Gu Fei said. Don't go too far. Five Nights couldn't take it anymore. Gu Fei saw that Five Nights was really angry. He patted his body and stood up. We're just talking about business. There's no bullying. We're just talking. If we can't talk, then we won't do it. Like now, let's go. Gu Fei lured South Azure Sword and Glue away. Five Nights said slowly from behind, Qianli, don't be too arrogant. Inch Studio isn't something you can bully. Although Five Nights didn't have good intentions, he had spent a lot of time and effort on this matter. He had written the contract in-game, written the contract outside of the game, thought of ideas, compiled the material submitted, and communicated with his colleagues in the various main cities of the studio. He was only the director of 6 cities. There were 100 main cities in the game. People of the same level as him could form a guild. This project was carried out by the entire server, but it was given to him. His colleagues also wanted a share of the pie. Five Nights had to think about how to talk to Gu Fei and the others. He also had to deal with the problems in the studio. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there were internal and external problems. It wasn't easy to settle everything. There was only one last hurdle left. Once they passed it, they would see the light of day. But in the end, they were crushed by a few words from Gu Fei. Gu Fei's guess wasn't wrong. Five Nights was surprised that his plan was seen through by this person. He felt guilty at first. But no matter how guilty he was, he couldn't take all this ridicule. Wu Ye's nerves, which had been stretched taut for the past few days, were finally stimulated to the critical point and broke. Hearing Five Nights' cold threat, Gu Fei turned around and glanced at him. He didn't say anything and continued to walk. Of course, Jiannan and Glue didn't say anything. The three of them opened the door and walked out. Five Nights was still angry. When he saw that Gu Fei didn't talk back and thought that he was in the right, he boldly chased after him. As soon as he stepped out of the door frame, he saw a flash of fire coming down on his face. Five Nights didn't even see it clearly before he died. Gu Fei put the sword in his pocket and said, "Seeing that you were the owner of the room just now, I couldn't kill you. You actually dared to chase after me. You're too arrogant." Although this room was the office of Inch Studio, it was still under the player's name in the game. This room was under the name of Five Nights. Players couldn't be attacked in their own room. Jiannan and Glue wiped their sweat. No wonder they didn't react before coming out. Damn this Five Nights, he actually chased after them. Wasn't he looking for death? This person is really sneaky. On the way out, Gu Fei sighed with emotion at Jiannan and Glue. I knew it. He described this business to be so risky, and he even had to teach students at the same time. I always felt that he must have an ulterior motive for spending so much effort on such an unreliable business. Yeah. Jiannan and Glue nodded. I was almost cheated. Gu Fei said. That, you can't say that he cheated, right? Glue said, to be honest, his plan didn't lose anything on our side. It was just that he cheated the players. Why didn't he cheat? On the one hand, their studio has to care about their image. On the other hand, it was specifically targeted at us. If this part of the black income is included, who knows how much the 20% will be. Anyway, it will definitely be more than the lowest guaranteed commission he agreed on. Jiannan said. Gu Fei also nodded. He always talks about cooperation, but what kind of cooperation is it? He just wants to use us as a gun and use us from the beginning to the end. In the end, the fact that we get 20% will become an excuse for him to put gold on his face. That's right. Jiannan Yu and Glue said in unison. They didn't like the feeling of being used as a tool. From this guy's words, I think the game company will definitely come out to stop it. They might have already received the news from the inside. If we continue, I don't know how many times we can do it. Gu Fei said. Jiannan thought about it and said, why don't we do it like this time and get in touch with some guilds and do private transactions? We don't need to advertise on the forum and attract attention. That's useless. If the game company has already paid attention, the people who are doing this may have already been noticed. Is it possible that they have this kind of background surveillance? Gu Fei asked. Probably. Jiannan and Glue said. Sigh. Gu Fei sighed. Why didn't this kung fu have a place to survive? No one believed it in reality, and the game didn't allow it. Over there, people called Harmony chased them into the game. Here, they relied on kung fu to do some tricks and were targeted by the game company. The pressure was too great. After Gu Fei went back, he told 100 Generations Jingluan in detail. In fact, when he found the problem during the discussion, Gu Fei sent a message to 100 Generations Jingluan to briefly analyze it. After all, 100 Generations Jingluan was the biggest and most direct beneficiary of this transaction. At the very least, he should have the right to know. 100 Generations Jingluan's values were the same as Gu Fei's. If Gu Fei didn't approve of it, of course he would look down on it. Previously, he had a good impression of Five Nights, but now that he knew what was going on, he couldn't help but spit. After hearing this news, Deepwater was also very surprised. He said, the new generation excels the old. He didn't expect Five Nights to be waiting here in the end. No wonder he was willing to split the profits. It turned out that it was premeditated. As for Five Nights' last threat, Deepwater judged that it was just words said out of anger. The studio was here for money. If the business failed, they wouldn't come to take revenge. It was possible for studios to suppress each other. Although Gu Fei was the #1 assassin in the game, he was just an ordinary player in their eyes. They didn't need to be angry with an ordinary player. However, Deepwater still reminded Gu Fei earnestly, they probably won't take revenge, but it's not like they won't. If there's a chance to mess with you in the future, they won't mind giving you a kick. Moreover, studios aren't like players who only know how to fight and kill. Revenge doesn't necessarily mean PK. Gu Fei was originally excited when he heard about revenge, but when he heard that the studio's revenge wasn't just fighting, but also other tricks, he suddenly felt very bored. The days went back to before. Gu Fei returned to Cloud City and continued to train Sword Demon. He had already corrected some concepts. Now, he just had to let Sword Demon continue to adapt while teaching him some skills. In addition, the studio received another business deal. This time, it was from a guild. Everyone analyzed the prospects of the efficient leveling method and felt that it wasn't bad to sell it in secret. Maybe the game company wouldn't notice and just let it go. This time, it was a strange guild in an unfamiliar main city. They didn't have any friendship at all. No one was willing to sell it so cheaply, so they offered a price of 2 million to the other party. A level 6 guild only had 1,050 players. If they had to pay 2,000 gold per person for 2 million gold, they definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. However, even if they offered 500,000 gold, they would still have to pay 500 gold per person. They couldn't afford it no matter what. Everyone felt that they shouldn't treat themselves unfairly, so they offered a higher price and told the other party to think of a way out. This guild leader really had a way. If one guild couldn't afford it, they would find a few more. This person contacted so many guilds. In the end, they tossed around tens of thousands of people. In the end, they paid 200 gold per person and bought the deal. The group went to the area and carried out development and teaching work. Everything went smoothly. There were no players causing trouble, and no game company stopping them. Could it be that the game company didn't care about the efficient leveling method? While everyone was secretly speculating, the game company dropped a bombshell at this time, announcing 2 very important updates. First, after this update, the game will no longer generate new currency. Only the existing currency will be used. Part of the existing currency will be in the hands of players, while the rest will be in the hands of NPCs. The system has finished integrating the NPC's currency. Whether it was the owner of a tavern, the vendor of a grocery store, the lord of a city, or a citizen who issued quests, they all had a fixed amount of currency. Quests, businesses, rewards, fines, taxes, and so on were all ways of using currency. The currency in the hands of NPCs would also be used in many ways. It would either be used by players or by other NPCs. As soon as this announcement was made, the sale of gold on the game's major trading platforms was cancelled. Everyone realized that the value of gold would soar because of this, so it was better to keep it in their pockets and wait. At the same time, many people thought, if the amount of currency was fixed, then what about the items? Would it also form a fixed industrial chain with the fixed currency, and from then on, it wouldn't change at will? Chapter 661. This update caused a huge uproar. Studios, professional players, ordinary players, professional players, players with money, all kinds of players reacted to this update the moment they saw it. What was especially strange was a player from a certain main city. He strongly condemned this update, and his statement received a positive response. In an instant, tens of thousands of people came forward to sign their names. Just as everyone was shocked, Brother Yu, who was reading the thread in front of the computer, silently closed the thread. This was the alliance of 10,000 guilds that had just completed the transaction of the efficiency leveling method. After a major transaction of 200 gold coins, they suddenly released this update. How could they not be furious? There were many people like them. Countless players who had spent all their money in the last second of the update were now grief-stricken. As for Brother Yu, he was browsing the web while discussing his next deal on QQ. With the sudden announcement of the update, Brother Yu immediately knew that the transaction was going to fall through. Sure enough, the avatar on the other side of QQ jumped and sent a "look at the update" message. After that, there were no more messages. Many people who had just read the opening had already rushed to the forum to complain. In reality, this update by the officials was also lengthy. After the opening, there were thousands of words. The officials said that the game's currency would stop being refreshed, but it did not mean that they would no longer interfere. However, from now on, the currency refresh would no longer be uncontrolled. The officials would adjust the amount of currency, the quantity of goods, the price of goods, and the speed of currency circulation in the game. For this reason, they had specially hired the famous economic expert, XXX, as a consultant. Of course, the players had no idea what this XXX was. However, after seeing the officials' comments, some of the players who knew a little about the game understood. The rules of controlling the release of the currency were almost the same as a country's currency in real life. The official was continuing the path of making the game more realistic. However, the problem was that in real life, goods were produced, processed, reprocessed, and put on the market. People used money to purchase them, and the money that was used to purchase them was put back into production. This was a perfect cycle. However, there was no such system in the game. This was because the items in the game were never produced by the input of money. Instead, they were refreshed by the system. Without this kind of industrial chain structure, the currency was controlled, but the goods were constantly produced in large quantities. Players held on to their money tightly and were reluctant to spend it. Wouldn't that cause economic regression? The game officials did not say much about this, but the players were able to sniff out some clues from another rule. Among the minor rules derived from this currency rule, one of them was that if one did not log into the game for a month, their account would be erased, and all the currency and items in the account would be confiscated. If there were special circumstances that required them to stop playing for more than a month, they would have to apply to the system for account preservation. What the players noticed was the fact that the items were confiscated. If the currency was taken back by the system, it would naturally be easy to stuff it into the hands of any NPC. However, the items would also be confiscated. Could it be that the items would be controlled by the system like the currency? As the system made this announcement, the update was still in progress, so the players had no way to go into the game to farm monsters and experiment. They were all extremely anxious. Some online trading websites, after all the currency trading orders were taken back, the number of equipment trading orders also decreased. The online trading orders were all directly traded with RMB. Right now, the value of gold in the game was bound to increase. Although the value of equipment would decrease, due to this subtle confiscation of items, the gold price of the equipment might just be an illusion due to the appreciation of gold. Its true value would actually increase. At the end of the day, RMB was the true hard currency in the game. If you really wanted to compare the value, you would have to use RMB to measure it. As they were temporarily unable to log into the game, the players could only worry helplessly. As for the second update, in reality, it was something that the players were very concerned about recently. However, under the gold rule, it seemed insignificant. The second update was City War. At a time when everyone was panicking, the system actually created such a major event like City War. The players felt that this was like starting a war to divert the attention of the people. However, complaining was just complaining. This was something that everyone had been concerned about for a long time. There were still many people paying attention to it, especially the guild leaders of the big guilds. No one expected that the rules of this city war would be completely different from what they had expected. The city war was still a competition between players, but it wasn't a direct confrontation. Instead, it was through attacking the city, the system would determine the power division of the main city based on the points awarded. Power division was another subtle choice of words. The players hadn't even figured out what was going on yet, and now, the game developers had sent out these unclear updates. The players were furious. The guild leaders of the major cities went on QQ, YY, MSN, and all other communication tools to contact the players in their guilds. They went to the forums to make a ruckus, insisting that the game developers explain the situation clearly. The officials were also furious. There were people who didn't even finish reading the previous update before running out to spout nonsense. Why was it like this time? Actually, this time, the players couldn't be blamed. The number of visitors on the official website was too high, and the page refreshed very slowly. When the players saw the second update, they thought that the power division was over, but in reality, it hadn't refreshed completely. After shouting and yelling for a while, they turned around and took a glance. Why was there a scroll bar next to it? They hurriedly scrolled down, and the content was complete. It turned out that the meaning of the power division was, the final ownership of the main city wouldn't belong to any guild. The highest ruler of the main city would still be the system. The guilds would form a ranking in the main city attack battle, and the system would finally divide the main city's power division according to their points. The calculation method was very simple. All the main cities would be divided into 10,000 points, and the guilds would be divided according to their points according to their ranking. For example, after the city war ended, the first-place guild would receive 1,000 points, and would be given 10% of its territory. The second-place guild would receive 500 points, and another 500 points would be given to the second-place guild, and so on and so forth until all 10,000 points were distributed. Even if the remaining guilds received points, they would not be given any territory to claim their territory. The way to obtain points was naturally the simplest and most direct way to kill the defending enemy troops. However, killing enemies not only required quantity, but also quality. Battles that had a decisive impact on the final outcome of the battle would have more generous points as rewards. In addition, killing enemies was only the most direct way to obtain points, but it wasn't the only way. There were also a large number of siege-related quests that could also be used to obtain points. Some of the weaker guilds might be able to obtain more points than the bigger guilds in a siege battle if they used it well. In conclusion, a siege war didn't just require bravery. It also required wisdom and luck. This final rule was something that many players didn't expect. Although they didn't expect it, it was reasonable. The main city in the game was quite large, but the largest guild at the moment only had a little over 1,000 people. It was simply a joke to have a city war with such a small number of people. Even if 2 or 3 or 4 guilds fought against each other, they still wouldn't be able to occupy such a large area. This move by the system could be said to be a magnificent feat. At this time, the players couldn't care less about the gold coins, and they couldn't enter the game for the time being. Therefore, very soon, everyone began to busy themselves with the upcoming guild war. The chat group of the guild leaders that was just a game company condemning conference immediately turned into a strategic deployment before the city war. The game officials announced the rules of the city war, and especially pointed out that there were quests in one of the sections. However, the specific content of the quests was not mentioned in the usual style. The more powerful guilds were creeped out by the statement that, some of the weaker guilds, if used properly, might be able to obtain more points than the bigger guilds in a siege battle. They temporarily decided that the main force would kill the enemy to obtain points, and the weaker ones would be responsible for searching for quests. This update was obviously very large. The game hadn't been released for the entire day, and the estimated release date had been pushed back 3 times in a row. The game forum became the busiest day ever since the game was released. The number of online players on the forum even broke the online player record during the guild and mercenary group competition. Almost all the players in the parallel world were waiting for the game to be released while scrolling through the forum for gossip. The city war was set for 2 days during the weekend, and the update took up an entire day on Wednesday. After the update on Thursday, the game was released once again. When the players stepped into the game again, they felt a little lost and unfamiliar. The players who reacted immediately rushed to the exchange hall, auction house, and other places in a frenzy, wanting to withdraw all the items that they had consigned for sale. After yesterday's day of suspicion, many players agreed with the statement that, not only gold coins, but also equipment will not be able to be farmed in the future. However, before these people could rush to the auction house and the exchange hall, the system had already made an announcement in the world. Due to the adjustment of the gold coin rules, the economy has been completely reshuffled. The equipment and items that the players had consigned for sale previously have been withdrawn and returned to the players' pockets. Since the game was released, this was the first time that the system had shown warmth. Many people shed tears of relief. The guys from Child Elite Group had also come online at this time, and were celebrating in the channel. Compared to the players who had just spent a lot of money before the update, these guys had really made a huge profit. The efficiency of leveling up was just before the update, and there was definitely no one who had more gold coins in the game than them. Looking at the gold coins in their hands rising in value, how could these guys not be happy? Gu Fei was relatively calm, and said disapprovingly, "Good for nothing." As soon as he came online, before the people from the mercenary group could greet him, July from Reborn Amethyst had already sent him a private message, telling him to hurry back and participate in the city war in 2 days. In Reborn Amethyst's channel, Slender Waist Dance was currently wailing in grief. This girl was also one of the unlucky ones in this update. 2 days ago, she had just bought a lot of items, and was preparing to exchange RMB for gold coins, but in the end, she was caught up in the update. Now that she was back, all the orders for RMB to buy gold coins were gone, and everyone was holding onto their gold coins tightly, waiting for it to rise in value. At this time, Slender Waist Dance only had a few copper coins left in her pocket. Spending money so cleanly, she could be considered a genius. My condolences, my condolences. For the first time, Gu Fei also sent a message to express his condolences, and it immediately attracted a crowd. In the memory of all the girls, this was the first time Qianli spoke in the guild channel when he was drunk. "Qianli, you have quite a lot of gold coins on you, right? A while ago, your Qianli's drunk studio was the one that made the most money." Luo said. "I don't have much, so I gave it all to them." Gu Fei said. "Good for nothing, I didn't ask you for money." Slender Waist Dance looked at Gu Fei with disdain for pretending to be poor. "It really isn't much, I only have a few tens of thousands." Gu Fei said. A few tens of thousands wasn't much. If it wasn't for all the girls here, they would have definitely cursed at him. However, everyone knew that a few tens of thousands wasn't a lot to them. Didn't those guys all get around 200,000 each time? A few tens of thousands isn't a lot, let's split it among everyone. Luo joked. Okay. Gu Fei was very straightforward. There was an awkward silence in the channel. The girls weren't as shameless as Yutian Shinming's unscathed in battle. If it was them, even if they were shocked, they would still be discussing how to split the money. Ahem. I'm joking. Luo said. Yeah, I know. I'm joking too. Gu Fei said. Fuck. Slender Waist Dance led the others in disdain. It was clear that being a person was difficult. If you say give it to them, they don't want it, but if you say no, they'll say you're stingy. Gu Fei chatted in the 2 chat channels as he walked towards Amethyst's office. He had been in Cloud City for the past few days, and now that he was out of the revival point, he headed over. There weren't many people in the office when he arrived, only a few had arrived. Most of them had just logged on and were rushing over, so there weren't many who were as fast as Gu Fei. The only ones who arrived earlier than him, other than those who logged off, were Slender Waist Dance. Slender Waist Dance was still crying, but when she saw Gu Fei, she opened her hand to reveal 4 pitiful copper coins. Look, there's only a few left. Yeah. Gu Fei nodded, took out a gold coin from his pocket, and tossed it into her hand. Here's a gold coin for you. I'll kill you. Slender Waist Dance pulled out her sword and was about to pounce, but Gu Fei hurriedly took out a myriad gold pouch and tossed it into her hand. Take this first. That's more like it. Slender Waist Dance accepted it without hesitation. July and the others' eyes were popping out. He really dared to give this one, and that one, he really dared to accept that one. Slender Waist Dance had another 10,000 gold, and her smile returned to her face. She put the myriad gold pouch into her pocket, and threw away the ones in her hand as she was annoyed. Gu Fei was speechless. Rich people were rich people after all. No matter how much trouble you made in the game, you wouldn't be able to hurt them at all. Slender Waist Dance was in dire straits, mainly because she had money but had no way to buy gold coins. When the market normalized, she would still be the #1 RMB warrior. The few coins that Slender Waist Dance threw away were silently picked up by July, and stuffed back into her hand. She then looked at Gu Fei and said, "Let's talk about the city war. Our guild is very weak, and killing enemies for points is definitely not possible. We can only rely on quests. What do you think, Qianli? Why are you asking me? You guys can decide for yourselves." Gu Fei didn't care at all. But there are so many guilds. Even if we snatch quests, we won't have any advantage. It seems like we can just accompany the prince and have some fun. July said. Yeah. Gu Fei nodded, he quite agreed with this view. The situation this time was completely different from the guild competition. At that time, it was a one-on-one elimination, and an accident could decide the outcome of the match. That was why the reborn Amethyst still had a chance to be a dark horse. But this time, all the guilds were competing against the same starting line, and the chances of them taking advantage of the situation were greatly reduced. Can points be bought? Slender Waist Dance asked. They couldn't even buy gold coins, and they still hadn't changed their habits. It can't be. How can it be bought? Chiyu said. Then can we hire a mercenary group? Gu Fei asked. There's no description. You're thinking of. July thought that Gu Fei would bring their child elite group to help, but then she suddenly remembered that apart from Sword Demon and Brother Yu, everyone else in their group had a guild, so she suddenly stopped mid-sentence. I have a few friends who don't have a guild. I wonder what this activity is for. Gu Fei was actually thinking of South Sword and the other 7. They were neither a guild nor a mercenary group, but they learned from Child Elite Group and formed their own mercenary group. As for the Child Elite Group, they did indeed have a guild, and they were all participating in their own guild meeting. Han Family Young Master and Unscathed in Battle. Based on their level rankings, even if they weren't the core members of their guilds, they still had the qualifications to attend this kind of core meeting. Yutian Shinming originally had a conflict with Unhindered 4Cs because of Gu Fei, so he was only a nominal existence in the guild. However, after Unhindered 4C's quest, Child Elite Group helped him greatly at a crucial moment, so this conflict didn't exist anymore. Yutian Shinming was indeed a top-notch expert, so he was summoned again. As for the guildless Sword Demon and Brother Yu, Sword Demon acted as if nothing had happened and continued to practice. Brother Yu also went with Sword Demon. Recently, there were many rumors about the drop rates of the mobs in the past. Once the game started, Brother Yu couldn't wait to study it. The system didn't mention anything about mercenary groups. It only said that guilds are participating. It seems like there's nothing to do with mercenary groups. July said. The system didn't say anything, but it shouldn't stop mercenary groups from participating, right? At most, the people they kill won't be counted, but for example, when doing some quests, it might still be useful. Gu Fei said. Even if that's the case, in this situation, mercenary groups, how do we calculate the price? July said. Currently, the economy was in a state of confusion. No one knew how much a gold coin was worth. At this moment, Han Family Young Master suddenly sent a message in the mercenary channel, "Yo, this update isn't bad." What's wrong? The others hurriedly asked. Han Family Young Master had spoken. Could it be that this guy found some loophole? Everyone was excited. The wine has been reduced. Han Family Young Master said. Oh. How much? Brother Yu was quick-witted. 10 times. Han Family Young Master said. 10 times. Is this the current system's current currency value? Brother Yu mumbled. It's just wine. But to me, it's equivalent to having 10 times the money in my hands. This update is really good. Han Family Young Master said. Chapter 662. The prices of the items have been adjusted too. How generous. Brother, you didn't expect this at first. He hurriedly went out with the sword demon to kill small monsters and see what they dropped. They hadn't even left the door when Brother Yu heard the news and hurriedly slipped into a shop by the side of the road. This was a weapon shop. The systems shop didn't sell anything good. It was just some common equipment, and they were quite expensive. Normally, no one would pay attention to it, treating it like a garbage collection station. If they found some trash that no players would buy, they would just throw it at this shop. The blacksmith in the weapons shop also sold equipment repair services that were more popular. Every day, they wouldn't miss the opportunity to repair the equipment that they passed by. Brother Yu entered the weapons shop and found that it was very lively. A large group of players crowded in the room. He almost didn't even have a place to stand. Brother Yu didn't have time to be surprised. Another person came in and pushed him into the door. The room was crowded and messy. He heard a player shouting, "It's my turn, it's my turn." What's going on? Brother Yu asked a player who was desperately squeezing forward. Making money. The player replied without turning his head. You don't know anything. Why are you joining in the fun? Someone looked back at Brother Yu with dissatisfaction. Brother Yu grew up in disdain. He didn't take these words seriously and continued to ask shamelessly, "How do you make money?" There were naturally good people. Someone said to him, "Blacksmithing and issuing mission orders to collect all kinds of ores." Didn't they collect in the past? Brother Yu was puzzled. The weapon shop in the game had always collected all kinds of ores. For example, the armorsmith shop would collect some leather and cloth. The tailor shop was the same. This didn't seem to be anything new. In the end, someone immediately looked down on Brother Yu for being shallow. Is it still the same as before? Didn't you hear? There will be a limit to the number of these missions in the future. That's just gossip on the forum. Brother Yu said. How could Brother Yu not know about the news that was stirred up in the forum? There would still be money-making quests, but there would be a limit to the number of quests. This was the answer that everyone agreed upon in a certain thread on the forum. In fact, there was no official statement. It was just speculation. Yesterday it was gossip, but now it isn't, someone said. Why? Is there really a limit? Brother Yu asked. I don't know yet, but the blacksmith's shop has a limit on the number of weapons they can sell, someone said. Is that so? Let me see. Brother Yu squeezed forward with all his might. No one would compete with Brother Yu for the equipment in the blacksmith shop. Seeing that this guy didn't want to compete with them for the quest, everyone let Brother Yu live. Brother Yu panted heavily as he squeezed in front of the weapon shop owner. Sure enough. In the past, the few weapons on the weapon rack were just for show. In fact, they were limitless. As long as you bought them, there was no need to worry about the system not selling them. But now it was different. There were only a few weapons on the weapon rack, there were no more. Brother Yu was surprised. Even if no one wanted your items, it wasn't that absolute. You only had 3 to 5 weapons on display. If someone was crazy enough to take them all, then the weapon shop would be empty. Wouldn't that be a joke? Brother Yu thought about it and asked about the price. This was the same as the wine in the tavern. There was a price reduction, but it wasn't like the wine that was reduced by 10 times. Compared to the original price, it couldn't be compared. Even Brother Yu didn't know the original price. It was just that no one had ever paid attention to the system's whiteboards. They didn't pay attention to their value. It was just a fleeting impression. Now that they looked at it, they only knew that it was cheaper. Brother Yu thought about it while casually glancing at the equipment on the weapon rack. He suddenly shouted, "Blue equipment. Gold equipment. Fuck, there's even purple equipment." Everyone looked down on Brother Yu's ignorance. Tisk, it's purple. Do you dare to buy it? On the weapon rack was a purple one-handed sword. One side of the blade was sharp, while the other side was cut into a sawtooth shape. The name of the sword was Cold Black Saw. It added 15 points to strength and constitution, 5 points to agility, 35% attack power, 20% chance of inflicting wounds, 25% damage per second, lasting 6 seconds. There was no cure. It's a weapon with effects. Brother Yu continued to exclaim. In the past, players only divided weapons into skill weapons and non-skill weapons. Weapons with skills were worth more than those without skills. However, as the equipment became more abundant, players gradually discovered that weapons could actually be divided into 3 main categories. The first category was skill weapons. In addition to additional attributes, the weapon came with a skill. The second category was effect weapons, which would produce some special effects when attacking. In fact, there were such weapons in the early days, such as enchantment and fatal strike. However, because players had seen so many of them, they regarded them as ordinary and did not pay attention to them. It was not until there were more and more types of effects that players realized that these types of weapons also belonged to a major category. As for the third category, there were no skills or effects. They were weapons with additional attributes. At first, players thought that these types of weapons were the most worthless. However, later on, they discovered that weapons without skills or effects would have more outstanding attack power and additional attributes. In terms of weapon damage alone, this category was the strongest. The Black Chilling Saw had an additional effect of 25% damage per second for 6 seconds. Moreover, it could not be healed. This meant that as long as this effect was triggered, the damage would be increased by 2.5 times. It was quite powerful, and the 20% chance was not low. The Twilight Sword that Brother Yu was using was also an effect weapon. It could create a weakening effect, but the chance was only 10%. Excellent, practical, this kind of equipment was actually sold in the shop. This was not the style of the parallel world. Brother Yu was surprised and asked for the price again. It was 2,000 gold. If this price was before the currency update, it would have been quite suitable. At this time, it would have been snapped up by people. However, in the current situation, everything in the game had been reduced in price, but this item had not moved. Moreover, no one knew how to earn back the money they had spent. Who would dare to mess around? Moreover, even before the currency update, there were not many people who could afford 2,000 gold. Therefore, the players did not care about Brother Yu's shouting. They were waiting to see how this guy would react when he saw the price of 2,000 gold. 2,000 gold. Brother Yu muttered in his heart. If it was yesterday, this was not a big price. But today, if one were to use alcohol as the unit of measurement like the Han family young master, this weapon would be equivalent to 10 times the price. Brother Yu was also a very calm person. Although he had a solid wallet, he would not be arrogant. At this time, when he turned around, he saw that the players in the room were looking at him with ridicule. It was as if they were waiting for him to turn around and make a joke out of himself. The usually calm Brother Yu suddenly had a sudden impulse. Everyone's eyes told him that they were looking at Brother Yu making a fuss, but in the end, he would not buy it. Brother Yu, who had always been a passerby, suddenly had an impulse to make people look at him in a new light. He suddenly turned around, knocked on the cabinet, and coolly pointed at the Black Chilling Saw. Give it to me, I want it. The system merchant was still the same after the update. He would grant the players every request. When he heard Brother Yu say he wanted it, he immediately turned around to get the sword. Brother Yu casually threw 2 money bags on the cabinet. He turned around and glanced at the players. He was delighted. Dumbfounded. You didn't think that the system would really dare to buy it. It turned out that spending money sometimes wasn't about buying things, but the feeling of shopping. Brother Yu was very happy. He paid the money and took the sword. He was not in a hurry at all. Slowly, he walked out of the weapon shop under the dumbfounded gaze of the crowd. Of course, even though he was burning money, Brother Yu did not miss the details. He noticed that after he paid for the sword, the equipment was no longer on the weapon rack. The weapon shop owner took another sword from the blacksmith and put it on the rack. This time, it was just an ordinary white sword. It would really be gone after selling it. The white sword that the boss took out might be the stock that was prepared for this update. But no matter what, the stock would eventually be sold out. At that time, would the weapon shop just be empty? Would the system allow such a big joke to appear in the game? Just as Brother Yu was thinking, he suddenly remembered that he had been too focused on burning the buns just now. He had originally planned to sell an unwanted piece of equipment to the boss. He wanted to test if the system would return the money after collecting the equipment, but he had forgotten. The weapon shop had put on an act for once. Brother Yu was too embarrassed to return. Fortunately, the weapon shop was not the only shop in Cloud City. Brother Yu walked a few streets and came to another one. After such a short time, this weapon shop was even more lively than the previous one. People were piling up on the street. It seemed like some impatient person had been wondering if this money-making quest was still around since last night, so he tried it out as soon as he got online. Then, the news spread, and players who were afraid that they wouldn't be able to earn money from now on all rushed over. People were afraid of being poor. Brother Yu was also very tenacious when it came to research. He would not retreat because there were too many people. He went over and squeezed with a bunch of people. Finally, someone squeezed in. This time, he did not say anything. The others squeezed in with the blacksmith and miner. He went to the weapon shop and handed over a blue weapon that he had randomly gotten a few days ago. He took it out and asked the boss, but the boss still accepted it. The price was naturally the same as the system's usual high-quality item, treating it like trash. It completely ignored the value of the item in the players' hearts. It actually still accepts. Then all the players who got trash will still throw it into the shop. The system said that the NPC's currency is also limited. He is collecting equipment here, and the other side is collecting ores. How long can this continue? The system will keep giving them money. No matter how rich the system is, there will be a day when it runs out, right? After it runs out, it will refresh. Isn't this the same as returning to the original path? What's the difference from not refreshing? Brother Yu pondered again. The value of his blue weapon itself was not high. In addition to the current situation, it was not worth selling at all. The original boss wanted to accept it, so he handed it over. However, when he looked up again, the boss handed him the money and turned around to hang the equipment on the weapon rack. Fuck. Brother Yu was shocked. He hurriedly asked the boss how much it was selling for. When the boss reported the price, Brother Yu was shocked. When the system sold it again, it did not treat it as trash. Instead, it became more like a player's. This was clearly the original market price of the equipment. It was roughly converted after the update. There's actually such a move. Brother Yu tested another setting. He couldn't figure out what kind of situation this research would lead to. He just dropped a line in the mercenary channel with a heavy heart. It's hard to say what will happen with this update. What's wrong? Everyone hurriedly asked. Everyone was very concerned about this update. Brother Yu did not say anything. He showed everyone the black cold saw that he had just bought. Fuck, where did you get it? Everyone exclaimed. The few of them were very familiar with each other. They were very clear about what kind of equipment each of them had. For a purple equipment like the black cold saw, the production rate was very low. Not everyone had the chance to own a roadside item. Sometimes, even if you had the money, there was no market. I bought it from the system shop. Brother Yu told them about what happened. Fuck, there are still a few shops in the city. Let's go and take a look. Yutian Shinming jumped up. I just went to the weapon shop in Shi City again. I didn't see any purple equipment. But other than purple equipment, there are blue and gold equipment on sale in the weapon shop now. However, the quantity is very low. I tried to buy a blue equipment from the shop in Shi City. After I bought it, there was no new stock to replace it. Also, I sold a piece of blue equipment to him. Guess what? After the shop got it, he immediately put it up for sale. The price was the same as the goods he had in his hand. I've noticed these prices. I feel that it's more like the player's market. This isn't normal. The items sold by the system are at the same price as the players, and they're even selling exquisite equipment. This. I can't figure out what's going on. Brother, you said. Brother, you're really a player's body, but a GM's life is cheap. What does the crap you're worrying about have to do with you? If one parallel world falls, thousands of parallel worlds will stand up. You're a player, and you're afraid that you won't have games to play. If I had to say, this update is even better. We're all equipped with exquisite equipment and have lots of gold coins. This is too much of an advantage. Let's seize the time and enjoy it. Han family young master looked down on Brother Yu again. Sigh. I'll go to a few more system shops to take a look. Brother Yu didn't understand at all. He was born to worry. Everyone else was in the middle of a guild meeting, so they all started to get distracted and discuss the future of this update in the channel. Gu Fei would still interrupt a few times at first, but he gradually realized that his interruptions were just jokes and had nothing to do with the actual discussion, so he slowly shut up. The pre-war meeting on the side of the reborn Amethyst was as ridiculous as usual. They strayed away from the topic of the currency update. The girls counted how much food they had left, and slender-waist Dan started to act generous again. Some of them didn't have much money, so she took the money pouch that Gu Fei gave her and stuffed gold coins into their hands. The girls understood her personality, so they all avoided her, but who was faster than her? In the end, they had no choice but to take a few even if they didn't want them. Slender-waist Dance returned the money as she called out, "Don't be shy, everyone. Take some. If you don't have enough, ask Qianli." The girls weren't that shameless. It made Gu Fei feel awkward. Slender-waist Dance had already announced it, so how could he not do something? He had no choice but to carry a money pouch as if he was giving out food, grabbing a handful here and there. July watched as the two of them messed up the guild meeting like they were helping out refugees. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was only so much information about the city war, and nothing much could be discussed. In the end, they decided to focus on the quest, but Gu Fei and Slender-waist Dance could go kill the enemies. July asked the two if they needed a cleric. Gu Fei replied to Luo Luo over and over again. He shivered and shook his head. The players spent the next 2 days in a daze. The currency update had brought about a lifeless atmosphere in the market. Everyone only wanted to earn money, and no one dared to spend money carelessly. However, the taverns were still as crowded as ever. The price of wine had been cut by 10 times. The cheapest red wine now cost 2 coppers per glass. It would be too much to be reluctant to spend money. Gu Fei couldn't rest in peace these 2 days. The city war was imminent, and all the big guilds had their eyes on him, the current #1 expert. They thought of all sorts of ways to poach him. Other than the local guilds in Cloud City, some guilds that he didn't know from other places also sent letters to negotiate. Even drifting came to persuade him. Who knew where this guy had drifted off to? How did he join a guild again? He asked Gu Fei if he wanted to join him. Gu Fei was at a loss. The two of them were rivals last time, and they didn't have a good time. Why did this guy act as if nothing had happened and still wanted to join him? What was the meaning of this? Was he taking in underlings? Water Depth made a huge profit this time. He asked Gu Fei and was rejected. Then, he tried to poach 100-era statesmen. 100-era statesmen didn't have a guild in the first place. Among the people he knew, only Water Depth wanted to poach him. Water Depth knew this guy's personality after hanging out with him for a few days. He directly said that the city war was coming, and he wanted him to temporarily join their guild and help them out. How could someone of 100 Lives Statecraft's character refuse? Of course, he agreed without hesitation. Gu Fei's first reaction when he heard this news was, shady. This guy from a studio is really shady. Luckily, 100-era statesman didn't cooperate with a studio. Otherwise, he would definitely be sold and still be helping people earn money. Water Depth's advantage wasn't just this. Sword Demon also didn't have a guild. Water Depth said, "Don't be idle, come and help me out." Would Sword Demon refuse? Of course not. Water Depth got two great experts before the city war. According to the people in the guild, he would bump into trees when he walked recently. After he bumped into them, he would grin foolishly. There was no end to it. 2 days passed quickly. Gu Fei was annoyed. After being harassed for a long time, he turned off the message. But he had nothing to do these days. For the first time, there wasn't a single mission in the wanted mission office. How lonely was this world? Everyone was either thinking about making money or thinking about the city war 2 days later. They didn't even PK, which made Gu Fei worried. On the weekend, at 6 p.m., the game stopped for an hour for the final update before the city war. An hour later, the server opened on time. Players swarmed into the game. After their eyes lit up, all the players were surprised to find that they weren't in the familiar offline area. Everyone had been thrown outside the main city. That familiar main city was now thousands of meters away. They could vaguely see the closed city gates. Flags were fluttering on the city walls, and bugles sounded. The city war had officially begun. Chapter 663. The players looked around and realized that they were in a simple war camp. The system broadcast sounded at this time, announcing to all players, during the main city war, the main city will be temporarily closed. The 7 main resurrection points will be temporarily moved outside the city. The coordinates are, XXX. During the main city war, players who do not participate in the main city war can continue to train in the wild. After death, players who participate in the main city war will not lose experience, will not lose levels, and will not lose equipment. After death, players will also resurrect at the 7 locations and can immediately participate in the main city war. The resurrection points have all kinds of supplies that players need. After the system broadcast finished, the players all over the world heard the nagging of the NPCs next to them, City Lord XXX, cruel rule, exploitation of the people. He tramples on our lives, exploits everything we have, suppresses our words and deeds, slaughters our brothers and sisters. We can't endure this anymore. Brothers and sisters, pick up the weapons in your hands and blow the horn to charge. Let us overthrow the dictatorship of City Lord XXX and build a future that belongs to us. The people who sang this were the NPC captains of the various barracks. Each of them was wearing shiny armor. When they sang the last sentence, they pulled out their long swords from their waists and pointed at the main city thousands of meters away. The players looked at each other. What was going on? It was like a peasant uprising. This city war actually had a story behind it. Of course, these words didn't have any effect on the players. Did the players have the time to care about him? The online teleportation was messed up by the system. At this time, they were all sending messages to find their own organizations. This was the most chaotic rebel army in history. The commander had already called for a charge, but the soldiers hadn't even found their own team. Coordinates XXX, I'm here. Everyone, come. Gather, do you hear me? Hurry. Where's the flag? Who has the flag? Isn't it called the flag? Raise the flag. Follow the flag. Quest, there's a quest in the camp. I found a quest. The guild channel was even more chaotic than the scene. It was full of similar voices. Unsworn Sword, as the guild leader of the most powerful guild in Cloud City, was also completely dumbfounded. Usually, they felt that their guild could be said to be the tyrant of the city, but now that the entire city's guild was mobilized, they finally understood what people meant. In a main city with 500,000 players, how could a guild with a little more than 1,000 players possibly compare? For the first time, Unsworn Sword felt that his guild was so insignificant as he stared at the endless sea of heads that covered the mountains and plains. Level 6. What was a level 6? Even the 10 Societies Alliance in Moonlit Night City, with 4,000 people, was just a drop of water in front of such a formation. Unsworn Sword had never seen such a big scene before. Actually, what he saw in front of him was not enough for 500,000 people. There were 500,000 players in the city, but a significant portion of them didn't play in guilds. There were also some who had joined guilds but weren't interested in participating in the event. The guilds couldn't force them to join, and there were also those who didn't want to get involved in this mess, so they pretended that nothing had happened. In fact, if it weren't for the official promise that the points obtained from this event would be exchanged for experience points regardless of ranking. In short, participating in this event was much more worthwhile than leveling up. It was because of this rule that many players were able to stay in the game. In this chaotic situation, a large guild like Unhindered was actually a burden. After calling out to people for a long time, he didn't see anyone from his own guild come to his side. Perhaps there were, but frankly speaking, there were over 1,000 players in the guild, and Unsworn Sword didn't even know a third of them. The ones he was familiar with could be counted on his hands. If the guild leader was like this, then what about the members? There were many people in large guilds like them who didn't know each other. At this time, on the plains, countless people from the same guild stood side by side, gazing into the distance, wondering, where are the brothers from my own guild? When their gazes turned to the side, they glanced at the badge. Hey! We're on the same side. On the other hand, smaller guilds like Amethyst Reborn and Immortal Among Flowers moved quickly. Everyone in the guild was as close as a family, and they were very familiar with each other. Their numbers were small, and they gathered quickly. Amethyst Reborn's members who were online were already in place. July looked left and right, puzzled. Where's Chinli? They dropped the ball at a crucial time. Hurry up and call him. Slender Waist Dance shouted as she sent a message to Gu Fei. In the end, she received a system notification. Enemies are not allowed to communicate. Slender Waist Dance was obviously not the only one who sent a message to Gu Fei. At this time, July and Luo also received a private message, and they received the same reply. She looked up and saw the confusion on everyone else's face. What does this mean? What enemies? Luo asked. Is it referring to the city war? The enemy in the city war? Isn't that the city's defenders? Qianli is defending the city. The girls were in an uproar. What was going on? A top-notch expert was selected to defend the city. The system was cheating. Gu Fei was also at a loss at this moment, and he was extremely at a loss. When he went online, he appeared at the resurrection point as usual. He did not notice that there were no players around him. Because it was a city war, he wanted to gather with the girls, so he sent a message to ask where to meet. In the end, he received the system's reply, enemies are not allowed to communicate. Gu Fei was confused, so he sent a message to Child Elite Group's channel, but the system's reply was the same. Gu Fei was puzzled. When he looked up again, he realized that the resurrection point was frighteningly quiet. Usually, no matter what time it was, the resurrection point would always be flashing with white light, and people would come and go, almost without interruption. What was going on today? Why wasn't there a single person at such an important event? Gu Fei walked out of the knight's camp where he went offline and was shocked. In the square in front of the knight's camp, a team of elite knights had already assembled. Gu Fei went forward to take a look, and recognized that they were NPCs, not players. He was puzzled. The system broadcast ended at this moment, and the captain of the team of knights was seen waving his sword. Warriors, there is a group of thugs trying to disrupt our peaceful lives. They have gathered a large number of troops and are preparing to attack our city. Warriors, take up your weapons, defend your home, defend your honor, and protect your brothers and sisters. Come with me, and slay these thugs under our sword of justice. When Gu Fei heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this a main city attack? Why was he in the middle of a song about defending the main city? Why was he surrounded by NPCs? Where were the players? Where were the players? Gu Fei ran through a few streets and did not see a single player. Instead, he saw system guards gathering and walking around. The system's formation was very different from usual. Other than the usual system guards, Gu Fei also saw a square formation of mages and priests. When he passed by the Thieves' Guild, he also saw a group of assassins. They didn't line up, speak, or boost morale like the warriors and knights. They just sat in silence, expressionless, and did not say a word. The NPC's performance of this kind of imposing manner was perfect. But in this silent face, Gu Fei saw a blank face, which made him feel a sense of familiarity. Sword Demon! Gu Fei shouted. Sword Demon hurriedly turned his head, and when he saw that it was Gu Fei, he was also excited. What's going on? Gu Fei walked over in a few steps. I didn't know what was going on at first, but now that I see you, I think the problem might be in our camps. Sword Demon said. Camps? Yes, because of our camps, we were divided into the system that guards the main city. Sword Demon said. This. What kind of explanation is this? I didn't see this announcement. Gu Fei said. How many people can there be in a camp? That's why the system didn't make a special announcement. Sword Demon said. If there's no special announcement, then we're considered normal people. Gu Fei said. Who knows what rules there are in this? Sword Demon said. Then what do we do now? Fight with hundreds of thousands of players? After saying this, Gu Fei suddenly became a little excited. This was fun. And he also heard the system announcement just now. Dying in a city battle didn't cause any losses, but equipment durability would drop. Gu Fei had always disregarded life and death when he piked himself, mainly because he didn't want to cause trouble for the players. If he didn't have this thought, why would he be so obsessed with the wanted quest? If he wanted to PK, wouldn't the streets be full of people? Wasn't apple vinegar made like this? Thinking of this, Gu Fei hurriedly said, then that apple vinegar and water-breaking arrow, aren't they also in the same camp? They've both dropped to level 40, but they still don't know. And even if they are, it's probably based on their residency, right? Sword Demon said. Then didn't you go to help Water Depth? Why didn't they send you to Forest Shade City? I don't have a residency there. I've been training here these past few days. Before I went offline, I just teleported to Forest Shade City, and then wasn't there a system maintenance? When I came back up, I was back here. I wanted to tell Water Depth, but the message couldn't be sent. Sword Demon said. You say there's only 2 of us defending the city. If we really defend the city, how do we split it? Shall we split it half? Gu Fei asked. That's impossible. Pay attention to the rules of the city battle announced by the system. In fact, it only says 10,000 points to divide the power area. In fact, it doesn't mention whether this city battle quest can be completed or failed. I think that maybe when the players kill 10,000 points, the city battle will be declared over. I think this city battle isn't so much an event, but an update for the players to participate. Through the players' participation, the main city will be divided in the hands of the players. Sword Demon analyzed. And, I think your analysis is much more reliable than Brother Yu's. Gu Fei said. Brother Yu had been talking about money, the economy, circulation, the value of goods, and so on. He always had to pull people together to discuss. The other 5 members of the elite team were on the verge of breaking down. They all sent him to Jian Nan's side. So, this is a quest with no victory or defeat. It's just an update. I think the best is yet to come. Sword Demon said. What do you mean? After the division of the power area is finished, will it be passed down to the guild? I think that when the time comes, the corresponding rules will be introduced. This power area will be the main stage for the competition between guilds. Saying so much, then what are we going to do? Jump out of the city and fight with 500,000 people? Gu Fei said. I just received a quest. Sword Demon said. What quest? Assassination. The target is a player called White and Black. Who? The Black and White Alliance of Life and Death. Do you know? It's the guild leader. Sword Demon said. Oh. Gu Fei came to a realization. They want you to assassinate the enemy's commander. It seems like this group is also a suicide squad. When the time comes, they will specifically target the guild leader. Gu Fei looked at the silent group of assassins inside and outside the Thief Guild square. Sword Demon smiled bitterly. If they have a target, then they know where it is. What should I do? 500,000 people, where am I going to find them? And, I don't think there's a chance. Let's just charge up and kill randomly. Gu Fei was already eager to try. 500,000 people. Sword Demon sighed. In fact, he was reminding Gu Fei, I know you're fierce, but today's opponents aren't 5 or 15 people, but 500,000 people. It's a number that can defeat you with just one spit from each person. When are these guys going to make their move? When the time comes, we can mix in with the NPCs, Gu Fei said. I don't know. They've been sitting there for a long time and they haven't said anything or moved. Sword Demon said. There are some moving around in the city. Let's follow them and take a look. Gu Fei suggested. Okay. Sword Demon nodded. The two left the Thief Guild. At the corner of the street, they saw a group of archers with bows strapped to their backs, valiantly setting off. The two hurriedly followed behind. Of course, the NPCs wouldn't pay attention to them. The two followed the group all the way to the guard tower at the corner of the city. They followed the stairs to the top of Cloud City. Then, they saw the group of archers line up and draw their bowstrings. Fuck. Gu Fei and Sword Demon cursed. This group of archers didn't intend to leave the city. It seemed like they were going to be stationed at the top of the city. It wasn't like players hadn't climbed the city wall before. At this time, it really wasn't the usual city wall for sightseeing. There were many archers and mages, two long-range professions, on top of the city wall. Every 20 to 30 meters on the city wall, there were catapults. Gu Fei and Sword Demon walked closer to take a look. The stones that the catapult wanted to throw were piled up next to it. The head was bigger than a player. Gu Fei and Sword Demon tried to move it together, but they couldn't move it at all. Fuck, what level does a warrior have to be to move it? The system produced such a high-level character, and it's shameless. As Sword Demon said this, he saw a sturdy warrior guard run over. Gu Fei and Sword Demon waited to see how he would move the boulder. In the end, he didn't move it at all. He walked in front of the boulder pile, waved his sword, and shouted, "Load the boulder." Gu Fei and Sword Demon waited to see the coolie. In the end, a white light flashed on the boulder pile and a stone was gone. The catapult's ladle had a stone lying steadily on it. The two of them had tears streaming down their faces. What was there to be serious about with the system? He didn't move it at all and directly refreshed it. After visiting the top of the city wall, they looked down at the bottom. Thousands of meters away were the two of them's true friends, the players. Sword Demon looked for a while and frowned. Why is it so messy? About half an hour had passed, and the chaos outside the city was still there. Many people hadn't found where their guild was yet. Everyone vented their resentment on the system. Why was it randomly refreshing? It was such a mess. They couldn't even find the people, so what was the point of the city battle? At the beginning of the city battle, the system soldiers made declarations and oaths, but the players were so disrespectful. Gu Fei and Sword Demon watched as the stones on the city wall were loaded, the archer's arrows were counted, the mage's fruits were enough, and the melee profession's assault team was neatly assembled at the city gate. Even the assassins who came out of the Thieves' Guild had dispersed from the front of the Thieves' Guild's courtyard, hiding in some unknown corner. As two players who had personally witnessed the scene inside and outside the city, Gu Fei and Sword Demon agreed that if the system didn't go easy on them, the players wouldn't be able to take down the main city at all. From this, they were even more convinced of Sword Demon's inference. The system's activity was just a formality, so it wasn't very serious. The players went online and refreshed randomly, and the two lonely faction players were ignored and directly thrown into the city. Anyway, it didn't look like a carefully planned major activity. The two of them were feeling melancholy. Gu Fei suddenly pointed in a certain direction. Look over there. Sword Demon looked in the direction he was pointing. It was also a black mass of players. He didn't know what was special at all and asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "Look, that flag. Do you see it?" Gu Fei continued to point. Sword Demon continued to be confused. "Which flag? There are so many flags." "That black and white flag, is that the guild flag of the Black and White Life and Death Alliance that you mentioned?" Gu Fei said. "Oh, it might be true, where there's a flag, the guild leader is probably around." "Do you know that person?" Gu Fei asked. "Not really, but I can recognize him when I see him," Sword Demon said. "Let's do it." Gu Fei was excited. Although it was PK with a purpose was always more interesting than meaningless killing. If they really jumped into the sea of people and killed, it would be quite boring. It was like a race. The finishing line was drawn in front of them and they would win if they reached it. The other side didn't even know where the finishing line was. What was the point of running and running? Going now isn't courting death. "Let's wait and see and wait for the players to move," Sword Demon said. "I think your mission is actually quite convenient. When you join the crowd, people don't care which guild you're from. They see you as a person and treat you as a comrade. How would they know that we're from the system?" Gu Fei said. "The key is to find the person," Sword Demon said. "Keep an eye on that big flag," Gu Fei said. "I should have borrowed the binoculars," Sword Demon muttered. The binoculars were now in the hands of the Han family young master. A few days ago, he dealt with the boundless wilderness. When the girl wanted it, he returned it. As a result, a few days before the city war, this guy went to borrow it again. To live eternally among the flowers in the vast wilderness, there was no strategic goal, so he lent it to him again. At this time, the Han family young master was holding the binoculars to observe the main city. As he watched, he froze. He put down the binoculars and rubbed his eyes. He looked at the wine bottles on the ground around him. Did I drink too much? Impossible. The Han family young master thought and raised the binoculars again. This time, he finally confirmed that it was Gu Fei and Sword Demon who disappeared before the city war. How did these two guys suddenly appear on the city wall? Butterfly knot, the city war has officially begun. Chapter 664. Gu Fei and Sword Demon's disappearance and their messages were enemies are not allowed to communicate with each other. This spread throughout their circle of friends. Water Depth messaged the Child Elite Group's members one by one. Amethyst also asked them what was going on. But how would the Child Elite Group's members know? They only found out about it when they heard the guild that these two guys were affiliated with Ask. They all sent messages to test it out. Sure enough, it was the case. They were clearly online but they couldn't contact them. These two had the same disappearance situation, so naturally there should be a common reason. Others might not be able to analyze anything, but the members of the young master's elite group were able to come to a conclusion faster than Gu Fei and the Sword Ghoul. The biggest similarity between the two was that they both belonged to the same faction. But even if they had a faction, where did they go? No one could say for sure. In the end, they could only continue to do their own things and wait for the city war to end before they would know. In the end, Han family young master was observing the enemy through his binoculars when he saw these two people. Han family young master also turned his head out of habit to find someone to talk to. In the end, when he turned his head, he realized that this was a guild activity. The people that he usually looked down on were not by his side. Han family young master was helpless and could only speak in the channel. What about on top of the city wall? How did those two guys get there? The channel immediately exploded with activity. If they're in the city, then they're the enemy. Could it be that the players with a faction are considered the system's forces? Brother, you immediately deduced. The system didn't make such an announcement. Announcement my ass. The system said that only a few people know about factions. Is there a need to make an announcement? As they discussed, they couldn't contact Gu Fei and Sword Demon. As they talked, they began to discuss the guild situation again. Wu Shang, what are you guys doing over there? Yu Tian Shinming inquired. What else can we do? Charge with our lives. Unscathed in battle said. Rough. A bunch of uncouth people. They just can't play with any skill, Yu Tian Shinming said in disdain. Unscathed in battle's guild was called Warriors' Home, a group of warriors. Of course, such a guild wouldn't amount to much. In fact, its nature was similar to small guilds like Amethyst Rebirth and Immortal Among Flowers. It was just a group of like-minded players gathered together. However, there were still plenty of experts in this guild. A guild like this would naturally have a different mindset when it came to a city war. Unscathed in battle immediately snorted at Yu Tian Shinming, you've grown up. You've gathered another group of people to ambush us, haven't you? The Four Seas arrow array was already very famous in the Cloud City. TSK, I don't have anything in common with you. Yu Tian Shinming expressed his disdain for talking to people from inferior guilds. He turned around and asked, Gongzi, what about you guys? I don't talk to people with low IQ, Han family young master said. Ha ha ha, that's right, me too. Unscathed in battle laughed. Yu Tian Shinming was extremely depressed. At this time, the small and medium guilds had already gathered. Large guilds like Sweeping Four Seas and Singing to Wine were also more or less done. Ever since Han family young master discovered the two on top of the wall, he hadn't put down his binoculars. He wanted to see what these two could do in the city. On top of the wall, Gu Fei and Sword Demon noticed the black and white flags and focused their attention there. Black and White Alliance of Life and Death could be considered a rising star in Cloud City. They were already level 5. Although they couldn't compare to Sweeping Four Seas and Singing to Wine, which were full of experts and elites, they still had a lot of talent. With such a rule in this city war, the ones who were the happiest were the medium-sized guilds. The small guilds were extremely lacking in manpower. Under these rules, they couldn't compete with the big guilds. However, for the medium-sized guilds, under these rules, with careful planning and luck, they might be able to compete with the big guilds. In the end, they could get a good ranking, which would greatly benefit their future operations. The player base of the parallel world was large. If you really wanted to develop a guild, you didn't lack people. What you lacked was talent. For example, if a guild had a top 5 or top 10 player, it would be a golden signboard. However, as the level gap was getting closer, the top 5 or top 10 players were no longer that popular. So what if they were top 5 or top 10? They were the same level as you. They weren't that strong. In everyone's eyes, the talent had to be famous in the game and had done something great. For example, Qianli Drunk. This person wasn't top 5 or top 10. Who could be better than him? There was also Slender Waist Dance. Although he wasn't top 5, so what? The number 1 pay-to-win player, he could PK you to death with money. Who would dare to not recognize such an expert? However, such an expert could only be found by chance. Therefore, many guild leaders were developing new ideas. Since they couldn't find a legendary person to join their guild, they would make their own guild into a legend. Starting from this line of thought, there were many ways to do things. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation were all taken care of by people. For example, when going out, everyone wore a scarlet cloak. This was a way to reflect the personality of the group. However, this way of expression was only a symbol. It couldn't reflect the inner nature of the guild. Hence, after the news of this city war was announced, many guilds had passed down orders to their subordinates to display their style and standards in this city war. They wanted to become the most eye-catching guilds in the city war and leave an unforgettable impression in everyone's eyes. The guiding spirit was always very empty. The words were reasonable, but there was no mention of how to do it. Now that the city war was imminent, many guilds were thinking about style and standard in their hearts. However, they didn't know what style and standard was. The Black and White Life and Death Alliance was one of these guilds. However, the guiding principle was slightly clearer. The guild leader, White and Black, proposed, "In this city war, we have to be like a sharp knife. We will stab wherever we point and always tear a gap in the enemy's line of defense because of us." The guild members carefully studied this strategy, and one of the warriors who had defected to the House of Warriors was depressed to find that this strategy was very similar to his original guild strategy when it came to team battles, but they only had 2 words: charge. At this time, the sun was shining brightly. Under the black and white flag, the guild leader, White and Black, was complacent. White and Black was a warrior. His equipment was made according to his name. This was what he had thought of when he named himself. Originally, he was wearing a silver-white armor and a pitch-black cloak. However, a few days ago, he received a pair of boots and a belt. The attributes were quite good, but it just had to be black. It was very eye-catching when he wore it on his body. White and Black was very depressed. He wanted to find someone to make these 2 pieces of equipment white. However, experts pointed out that it was easy to make white if you want to make black, but there was no such technology in the game. White and Black was anxious, worried, and pulled out his hair. He wanted to be pure white and black. Now that he had 2 black pieces of equipment on him, what should he do? Later, this kid had an idea. These 2 pieces of equipment were of the highest quality. He couldn't bear to not use them, but he exchanged all the other parts of his body that could be exchanged. For this, White and Black did not hesitate to pay a high price to buy or exchange. He forcefully exchanged all his other equipment for black. Then, the entire cloak was white and black became pure white and black. In the end, after 2 days of happiness, the system was updated. The currency was updated, and White and Black were no longer pure. All day long, his equipment was black, his little face was pale, and he wanted to kick anyone he saw. At this time, the city war had already begun. White and Black was still unhappy because of his personal economic losses. After proposing a guiding principle, he stood under the flag with a gloomy face and did not speak, waiting for the others to gather. At this time, the entire guild was almost gathered. The vice guild leader moved in front of White and Black. This guy was White and Black's close friend. He knew that the guild leader was in a bad mood recently, so he didn't say much and directly asked, "Everyone is here, where do we go?" White and Black looked into the distance. Apart from the city, there was not a single ghost a kilometer away. No enemies had appeared yet, so it was probably impossible to go to the wall. So he shook his head, "Don't be anxious, let's see. How is Unhindered and the others?" The vice guild leader was very happy. The big guilds have been thrown into chaos by the refresh, they still haven't gathered everyone. Don't they know how to make a flag?" White and Black said. "They did, but it's not as bright as our black and white flag. It's bright, and has a strong visual impact." The vice guild leader was quite eloquent. "Guild leader, there's a situation." As the two were bragging, a sharpshooter member flew over and pointed in the direction of the Cloud City gate. The players never knew that the gate of the main city actually had a gate. They always thought it was a hole, but because of the city war, it had a gate. At this time, the sound of the mechanism at the gate was so loud that it hurt the eardrums of the players a kilometer away. The 4 city gates in the 4 directions of the Cloud City opened in one breath. System guards in bright uniforms stepped out of the city gates and lined up outside the city. The noisy group of players watched on, and gradually, they quietened down. This was a scene that they had never seen since they entered the game. Even when they were fighting monsters in the leveling area, the monsters were scattered all over the place. Even if they were in a pile, they would only be in groups of 3 to 5. When had there ever been thousands of them, and they were lined up so neatly? In comparison, the players looked at themselves. Their team was a mess, with all sorts of equipment. Compared to the uniform and orderly formation of the others, they were like refugees fleeing from a famine. They were being suppressed by the momentum of the system. Who knew which guild leader first returned to reality, and even said a military strategy, attack halfway through? Brothers, attack! The guild leader was also a warrior, and he held a long-handled spear that most warriors didn't like to use. This kind of weapon would be even more majestic if it was ridden by a horse. But at this time, it was stabbed into the ground, and that guy was half a person tall, so it couldn't be used horizontally or vertically. Plus, these otakus were addicted to online games all day long. How many of them had decent figures? They weren't worthy of this ultimate general's weapon at all. Therefore, not many people in the game could hold a long-handled weapon that looked stylish. The warrior guild leader was no exception. He was short and fat. It would have been fine if he had just been holding a sword, but now that he was holding a spear, it made people feel that there must be a hidden race in the game. Otherwise, why would there be a dwarf? This dwarf general said a military strategy, waved his spear, and was the first to rush out. In the midst of thousands of troops, his appearance was extremely eye-catching. He was followed by a small soldier who held a large flag high. Everyone looked up and saw a spear and a flower drawn on the flag. Those who knew had already revealed that this was the guild, Spear and Rose. The players were speechless. Everyone saw the spear. Was this bastard hinting that he was a rose? In the end, another insider revealed that the name of the guild leader of Spear and Rose was Black Rose. Damn, so shameless. The players were all furious. This kind of person was actually the first to come out among the heroes of Cloud City. The whole city's face was lost. Everyone's morale was immediately boosted. The guild leaders all pulled out their weapons and were about to call for their own guilds to fight when suddenly, a muffled sound came from the distance. Then, they saw an object fly up from the top of the city wall, coming closer and closer. Just as everyone was watching in a daze, the object flew in a perfect arc and landed lightly on the ground. Dust was kicked up several stories high, and Black Rose and his flag had disappeared. When the dust settled, the flag-carrying soldier slammed the boulder and stamped his feet. Guild leader, how did you disappear just like that? The players all sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect the system to have such a heavy weapon. When this stone fell, there was no need to talk about attack or defense. If it still didn't kill him, the players all felt bad. The morale of the soldiers was once again smashed by this stone. Everyone stopped talking about the charge and quietly looked at the walls of the Cloud City. However, this catapult was installed at the back. It was obvious that it was to prevent the people below from directly destroying it. This way, they couldn't see the whole picture, so they could only guess. Among them, only the Han family young master could see clearly. Not only did he recognize the catapult, but he also saw that Gu Fei and Sword Demon were busy with something before the catapult suddenly fired. On the city wall, Gu Fei and Sword Demon were also stunned. The two saw that the NPC on the city wall didn't care about them. The catapults were all loaded with stones, so they wanted to test if they could operate it. In the end, they tried to get on the machine, but the NPC still didn't care. They completely treated the two as their own people. Sword Demon immediately pulled the trigger of the catapult, and the cannon flew out just like that. God, it's really accurate. You have some skill. Gu Fei exclaimed. What happened? What happened? Sword Demon quickly ran over. He had just run to the back to fire the cannon, so he didn't have time to see what the cannon looked like. A person just rushed out and you killed him with a stone. What, you didn't mean it? Gu Fei asked. That position can't even see the city. Sword Demon said. Really? Then he's too unlucky. Who was it? He was killed so easily. It couldn't be Wu Shang, right? Gu Fei said. Sword Demon usually came and went like a lonely swordsman, but he was quite familiar with the guilds in Cloud City. He looked at the big flag next to the boulder and said, No, this is the Spear and Rose Guild. Wu Shang isn't from this guild. Each guild's flag was made very big. At this distance, people wouldn't be able to recognize it, but recognizing the flag wasn't a problem. How do you know about all the guilds? Gu Fei was curious about this question. Sword Demon laughed. They all looked for me. Gu Fei suddenly understood. Sword Demon was a top expert. He didn't have a guild, so how could these guilds not try to rope him in? It seemed like they had interacted before. With Sword Demon's kindness, people who had interacted with him wouldn't forget him. With your cannon, no one would dare to move. Gu Fei said. Just now, they saw that the players were ready to rush, but after Sword Demon's cannon, they were all stunned. Under the city, the two armies confronted each other. No one went forward. They only saw a huge boulder in the middle of the field, a big flag, and a small player who was at a loss. What should we do? How do we sneak out of the city? Just now, Gu Fei and Sword Demon discussed it. They wanted to wait for the battle royale between the system and the players to start. Then, they would sneak into the battlefield and find a way to complete Sword Demon's mission. Their plan was, the system regarded them as one of their own, so they definitely wouldn't make a move. The players didn't know that there were two traitors among them, so when they saw them, they wouldn't treat them as enemies. This way, as long as they knew where the white and black players were, wouldn't it be easy to approach them? Even if they weren't from the same guild, this was a big battle royale. It was completely normal for other players to approach them. In the end, on a whim, they played with the catapult and killed a player with one shot. This scared the others so much that they didn't dare to move. Indeed, that huge boulder was too shocking. If it had been thrown into the crowd just now, at least 5 or 6 people would have been killed. Right now, the players didn't dare to move, but the system guards were guarding the city. It seemed like they didn't plan to take the initiative to attack. Once they exited the gate, they lined up in a row, waiting for the players to come up and steal points. Otherwise, if they all defended the city, the players wouldn't have any tools. How could they attack the city? Sigh, we've wasted time. Sword Demon was extremely regretful. He wanted to kill the white and black players as soon as possible and complete a few more missions. Although the two of them didn't understand what was going on here, they guessed that as long as they did something, there should be rewards. Therefore, Sword Demon was still quite active in making enemies of the players. Anyway, there wasn't even a punishment if they died, so what was there to be afraid of? Just as the two of them were feeling depressed, they suddenly heard a burst of battle cries from a certain direction. Gu Fei tilted his head to listen and suddenly said with joy, "Hey! The west gate has started charging." There were 4 directions to the city. The boulder had hit one side, and at least half of the players didn't know. If they didn't know, they naturally wouldn't be scared. Moreover, the number of guards coming out of the 4 gates was exactly the same. While they were trying to scare one side, the other side couldn't help but attack. Once the other side started charging, the players on the other side started to panic. If they didn't go up, then all the points would be taken by the bastards from the west gate. Thinking about this, the guild leaders were pumped up again. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Kill, kill, charge. Kill. Everyone shouted in unison. This time, no one complained about the noise. When everyone heard the shouts of their own side, they felt as if they had suddenly leveled up by 10 levels. One by one, they rushed forward, striving to be the first to do so. Gu Fei and Sword Demon were staring at the black and white flag. White and Black originally wanted to make use of the city war to increase the guild's reputation. Adding on the fact that they had just been cheated by the currency update, they were extremely hostile towards the system. As soon as they charged forward, they immediately gave the order and the entire guild began to move. Gu Fei looked and said, "This black and white flag is moving really slowly." Sword Demon smiled, "Ha, White and Black is a warrior. The black and white flag is moving slowly, which means that the flag is following him. Okay, then follow the flag and charge." After Gu Fei said this, he jumped down from the top of the city wall. "Damn, I can't do this." Sword Demon was extremely depressed and could only climb the stairs. The walls of the main city weren't just an average height. Gu Fei's flying hooks weren't enough. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.